Hello everybody and welcome to the BSR Brands Hatch 180 Enduro. I almost said that completely wrong. In aid of the BMMC, of course. My name is Jack Oliphant and I'm joined alongside me for the first time ever, I think, especially on BSR, by Chaz Draycott. Chaz, how the devil are you?
The BMMC, a fantastic cause, of course, so if you can give any money this evening, then we do urge you to. However, we've got a 3-hour race coming up, and it is going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
It is indeed, yeah. So, what exactly are we looking at? Well, like you mentioned, Chaz, it's a 3-hour race, but specifically, it's a there's two classes, aren't there? There's two types of cars out there. There is the TCRs and the classic MX-5s, which viewers of the BSR will be fully familiar with as well, because they obviously do their BSR Championship on Absolute Sim Racing every Tuesday night, where they have a fantastic 4-heat series that goes on pretty much every single week in conjunction with the iRacing calendar. But today they're chucking in the TCR car, and around Brands Hatch, Chaz, it's a lot of cars on a very sort of tight circuit.
Yeah, it is, and you know, Brands is one of those old school, really unforgiving circuits as well, where there's no sort of runoff areas or anything like that. Yeah, you've got a little bit at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, you've got a little bit here at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. But that is literally all you get. Everywhere else, as soon as you touch the grass or you touch the gravel, you're going to be going off the road, and there's going to be a lot of mayhem coming your way. The walls aren't far away either, so drivers have to be very strategic about where they overtake and, of course, where they lap traffic tonight. There's a lot of thinking involved in racing around this circuit.
There is indeed. So there's a little bits and bobs that we're going to have to keep an eye out on. If you're wondering what on earth all the sort of colours look on the left-hand side, well, I can tell you that the sort of light pink that Chris Warner is rocking here for you is the the AM TCR. If you're looking at Kabula, that's the sort of more hot pink. That is the Pro TCR. And if you're looking for MX-5s, then the bright red is the Pro MX-5. And the sort of more coral-looking James Neve, for instance, way back down here in 39th place, is the AM MX-5s. And we've mentioned already a couple of times how big the grid is, Chaz. Right now on circuit, there are 53 drivers, but in total tonight, there is 81 drivers taking part. Bit of a team championship, team enduro, because obviously 3 hours for some drivers is a little bit of a long time. I know, for instance, that I wouldn't be able to do 3 hours on my own on a sim. I'd be awful, but you could probably hack it. It can be a bit of a test for all drivers.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the thing. It's not just sprint racing tonight. You know, these guys aren't just going out there and putting their pedal to the metal for 10, 15, 20 minutes. They have to last a long, long time. And around this circuit, every single lap can be treacherous. I mean, even that there, watching James Neve come into Sheen Curve, how close they get to the grass on the outside and how close they are to these white lines every single corner is literally millimeters apart from the edge of the road. And to be honest, I think these guys are going to have their wits about them every single time they come into a braking zone like that. There's a lot to think about, and especially in the MX-5s as well. Obviously, these cars, rear-wheel drive, you can lose the back end very, very easily in these things if you push them just that bit too hard. TCR cars, yes, you can save them by flooring it because it's front-wheel drive, but you do get a massive, massive slide on, which can often, with the pace of the car, put you in a wall.
Yeah, and which is not exactly uncommon around Brands Hatch, especially. I mean, we've seen plenty, if we're talking about TCRs, obviously you've got to talk about touring cars realistically. You see plenty of crashes in touring cars around Brands Hatch, don't you? And people getting a little bit overly ambitious because it's not the easiest place to overtake on. I mean, it's a flowing circuit, it's a brilliant one to drive, but to actually overtake is a little bit tricky, I would say, around Brands Hatch myself. I mean, you've got Druids and you've got Paddock Hill, which we're seeing Michael Seal driving through Druids right now. But at the back part of the circuit, you're holding on for dear life and just gunning for it.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to just have your wits very much about you in the opening part of the lap to make sure you don't put yourself in a position where you're going to get mugged later on around the lap. And a lot of these TCR drivers are going to have to be very patient with the MX-5s because they're not that much quicker than them, to be honest. There is a few seconds difference, but over the course of a lap and when you're chasing them in a straight line or you're trying to go around them in a corner, there's not that much difference. It's mainly just the power difference between the two cars and how the TCRs can get out of a corner. But these MX-5s are sprightly little devils. I've been racing them this year in the Sunday Drivers' Cup. And it is a hell of a lot of fun. I'm not quite sure I like the sequential box compared to the H pattern, but it's small fry that, to be honest, because to drive, these cars are a lot of fun, and I really do hope the MX-5 guys have a lot of fun with them tonight.
I was going to say, I think the ultra-realistic guys who like to get really nitty-gritty, the old H pattern was a little bit more enjoyable, I think, especially if you have an H pattern on your sim, which I don't, but if you do, I imagine it's wicked fun to a bit of heel and toe get in there.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is. I was using mine for a while, and then going to the sequential now, you know, you can't get the car off the line in as quick a fashion. You can't push the limits as much. You have to be very careful about your downshifts and so on. So it's made it a very, very difficult car to drive in some respects. But other times you feel like you can push the limit in it. So it's going to be interesting to see who finds that limit tonight.
Yeah, you were talking about small margins, obviously. And you also mentioned that the difference between the MX-5 and the TCR, not that big a margin in itself. And you can see it there between Hawkin and Kent. Because realistically, Nick Kent is going round at a 133.9. So let's just call it a 134 for the sake of arguments for at the moment. Brandon Hawkin, the fastest MX-5 at the moment, at 137.5. So realistically, only a difference of about 3.5 seconds, which around Brands Hatch, apart from where we're going now, Hawthorns, is pretty much minuscule. But we're about to go into qualifying, which means we've got an opportunity to sort of reset everything. These drivers have been able to go around and practice for about 2 hours now. We've been setting up the stream and everything for you whilst they've been lapping. But now everything gets wiped, 15 minutes, and by the looks of it, everyone's out on track at the same time. I don't know about you, Chaz. If I was setting this up, maybe I'd be thinking about a solo qualifying just so everybody actually gets a lap time in. We're about to see a very busy Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I think this is interesting, though, because this could shake it all up. This could really change a lot of things. And I'd say there's going to be a number of drivers out there that will be prepared for this situation, and there's going to be a number of drivers that will not. There's a few drivers I know that will try and push as hard as they can straight away. There's a few that will play this strategically. We're looking right now at David Champman, who is driving alongside our good mate Andy McEwen in this race, in the Time 4 Car team. A little MX-5 number 19, making its way down the hill up towards Hawthorn out of Pilgrim's Drop. It's certainly a very brightly coloured car. There's a wonderful, wonderful livery on it. But that's one of the things that I really love about sim racing, is that you can go, I don't want to say unrealistic, but you can go over the top with your liveries because you don't have to worry about the cost of wrapping the thing, do you?
No, exactly. I mean, I remember when I was designing my Ginetta G55 and I wanted it all kitted out, all spick and span, you know, the works, you want it basically for Instagram, don't you, and stuff like that. But then I actually got to Brands Hatch and I stuck it in a wall and I thought, oh, it's not just a bonnet I have to actually fix now, it's the wrap as well, isn't it? Which is a right pain. I actually remember Dave Chapman when he jumped in. He used to just have a bit more of a plain orange car, but he jumped in, I don't know, it must have been about a year ago he came in with this livery. I think it was designed by his niece or nephew or some kind of relation like that. So he loves it because it's crazy. And if you ever try and interview Dave Chapman, he never really gives you a straight answer. He's a proper joker. So it'll be interesting if we can have a chat to him towards the end. His tactic at the moment, though, it seems to be getting in the way of a lot of TCR cars, who I'm sure will be pretty angry.
I don't think he's doing it on purpose, to be fair.
He's not doing it on purpose.
He's got his bit of road, and the TCR guys behind him need to be very cautious. He's actually messed his lap up there, so now is the time to get out of the way when you've ruined your own lap. Now look at this, a swarm of MX-5s makes its way down the hill. This is David Ward in Team Fun.
Is that a name you recognise? I think he's been racing in the Porsche, hasn't he? Porsche.
I'm not sure.
PCGB. I remember covering him for Next Gen. He's very, very quick in a Porsche. He might have jumped on PCGB at some point, maybe not the most recent season though. But he's a very quick driver. We can expect to see the bright salmon pink of Dave Ward definitely pushing forward. But yeah, I mean, there's so many cars out there on the circuit. You're a little bit more used to sim racing than I am, Chaz. How do you negotiate this? If you were in this pack of 5, would you think, right, I'm just going to pull out, drop back and try and get one clean lap, or would you go with them and just see what happens?
I think you can never guarantee what's going on behind you. You may be able to have a look on your relative, but you know, it's hard to picture what a half a second or a second or even up to like 3 seconds can look like in terms of space on a circuit. So when you're in a group like this right now, dependent on what you know about the drivers around you, whether you know that one of them is a lot slower than you or a lot quicker, you just push. You just try and push. Don't make any contact. Don't get an incident point, and just use a bit of that slipstream and try to just get any tiny advantage that you can. Actually, David Ward is racing in the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing Series.
That's what I thought it was. I knew it was some kind of Porsche.
Yeah, David is very, very fast. He might be doing other like next-gen Porsche as well, because he's very good in that car. He actually won a race recently in the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing Championship. He won at Hockenheim. This is Fiona Siddons in the Matthews Logistics car. There is David again. It's sort of like the not quite pink pig when he's in the Porsche. He has it in the same colour as well. But he's a very, very quick guy, very suave, you could say.
Well, I remember covering him for the next gen, as I said, and it was the first time he drove the Porsche or something like that in the series I covered, and he absolutely annihilated it. Like, he absolutely killed it. And from then on, I remember him asking, "Oh, do you know of any other Porsche series that's going on? I'm loving the car." And I remember sending him over to the PCGB. So it'd be interesting to see if he's as quick in the Porsche, quick in the MX-5 as he is in the Porsche. But here's a name that I know you'll recognise, Chaz, Ed May.
Oh no, not him!
I know, he's here. He's not in the comms box, but he's here.
And I love the team name as well. It's a one-May trip to the checkered flag for Ed May. He's a very, very good friend of ours. Fantastic commentator, very committed. One of the most committed commentators you'll ever meet. But also, he can be pretty handy in sim racing as well. I say that, and he goes off. There's a commentator's curse straight back in Ed's face for him. But it's not a car he drives a lot, I don't think. The Audi TCR car, of course, which, as we have seen the very good news about, will not be the only TCR car in iRacing anymore. Tomorrow, actually, after we get the wonderful Honda Civic Type R TCR and the beautiful Hyundai Elantra TCR car as well. I cannot wait to see those together. There's going to be umpteen different touring car leagues, everybody, so don't you worry. If you like touring cars and you like watching iRacing broadcasts, you are not going to be short of a touring car championship, because there will be 500 million of them, which is why I'm waiting until the end of the year, next year, to do one. Anyway, Ed May is not used to this car, I don't think, too much, but he's 5th at the moment, so that says to me quite the opposite, really, Jack.
Yeah, he's putting in some good show, isn't he? Jaroslavl Cebula. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to go with that one, Chaz. You're probably more used to that.
I'm going Jaroslav Cebula.
Cebula. We'll go with Cebula. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, Jaroslav Cebula. Currently 3rd place, but top of the at the moment I think that's the pro category, which means I think some of the AMs are higher up, and I'm just trying to get up the listings at the top of the stream, but I can't quite find them on my navigation system, so I'm going to give it a go. But Cebula definitely pushing in strong. Look at that, 0.006, and there we go. I thought he had some quick times in him. Quick sectors, 3 purple sectors to a name in that lap, and he gets it on pole position for now.
Lovely stuff by Cebula. He was quick in practice, like you said, and he's doing a wonderful, wonderful job. We have Mr. Craig Brown, actually, apparently showing in his own class there.
Try and get rid of that.
he's doing a good job. I think because in iRacing, his name comes up as Craig Brown 3, not Craig Brown, so it might have just not have picked up the 3 or something. Anyway, Jaroslav Cebula for Semper Racing Orange, currently top of the pile. It's not orange sectors for him, it is purple ones right now. Chris Warner, 2nd place at the moment. Then it is Freddie Hewitt. And those two are AM drivers as well. Chris Young next up. Then Rafał Drzyzak. I'm gonna say Drzyzak.
We'll give that a go, yeah.
I'm going to go on. Carl Hardy is currently 7th behind Ed May, who has actually come into the pits and is back out on track again now.
I was about to have a look at Ankerson as well. Is he just put in a purple sector 4, moves him up to 4th position? But realistically, look at the gaps that we're seeing on the left-hand side. I mean, you can visibly see the gaps out on circuit. This is pretty much going to be the picture you'll see for the next 3 hours of racing, only halfway through this this qualifying. If you've got good track position, Chaz, because I know a lot of drivers, when they're qualifying, you included in the Sunday drivers, you get out there, you do a quick couple of laps, and you come in, change the tyres, get back out there. That's obviously what Ed May's done, and a whole host of the rest of the top 13, to be honest. But if you're in a decent track position, you don't want to give up that track position. You know, you're happy you're getting in the rhythm and everything like that. Is it a bit of a risk coming back in? And then you might come out and you might never get a lap put together in the second run. Would it be better to maybe get that rhythm going? It's not like F1. We don't have to start on the same tyres we qualified with.
Yeah, there's a lot more freedom with stuff like that. I think it does depend on where you are on track. Oh, we've got a car off there.
Dave Ward.
That is, yeah. There was another car involved in that as well. Actually, still to track David Champman in the Time for Car machine. Oh, that was a different part of the circuit, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's Sterling, isn't that?
Yeah, that's on the exit of Sterling, and then after that he was still off the road again. So not quite sure what's gone on there. Anders Ankersen, though, look at that. He's trying to tuck back into the slipstream, is he? No, never mind, Chaz. You're completely wrong. He goes into the pits. But, yeah, it is all about who you've got around you on track. If you've got maybe the championship leader or someone that you know is really quick or even quicker than you in front of you, then you want to stay with them. Try and use the slipstream because you know that down the straights it'll help you. Around the corners, they'll still get away from you. So you're not going to catch them up over the course of your lap. There's James Neve making a hell of a save in the JN Racing MX-5, car 51. Currently top of the AM MX-5 class at the moment.
He is indeed, and do remember we are obviously here to raise money for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, the BMMC. So if you are in a very feeling-giving mood, I've noticed we've got a fair few people in the chat and obviously on YouTube and Facebook. But please do, I've just dropped it in the YouTube comment. Go have a look at the GoFundMe page for this event because it'd be absolutely amazing if we can get anywhere near the goal. To be honest, it's if we can get a couple of £100 out of the entirety of these 3 hours, then that would be sensational. Pretty much all the money that has been raised by entry fees for all 81 drivers and all 40 odd teams or whatever that equates to, 60 odd teams, are going to the BMMC as well. It was £10 per team, and we've had so many entries, so many fantastic support that we'd love to see you all get involved here as well and just try and raise that sort of pot to even higher because they do fantastic work. And Chaz, to be honest, we love motorsport. We're blessed to be able to sort of earn a living out of it in terms of commentating, especially you flying out to everywhere in Europe for the Clio Cup, obviously. But the Marshals, they do it for free. That is some proper commitment.
Yeah, that's it. You know, at the end of any sort of any day's commentating, we always thank the Marshals. You know, we're some of the only people that are in a position to do that verbally there at the time to everybody at once, and they do an amazing job. You know, like you say, they are volunteers, so they don't do it to get paid or anything like that. You know, they're not there just because it's a job. They're there because they want to do it, and that's the thing. They want to be involved in motorsport. They're some of the people that get closest to it, but they also help maintain such a high standard of safety. And everybody says that British Marshals are the best in the world, and you know, I completely agree. We've seen a lot of tough situations thrown at Marshals before, and all of them do a cracking job. And speaking of them, here is my mate Craig Schill, who is a Marshal, as you see by his picture at the bottom there. He's in the UK Marshals esports team. He was also racing under an incredibly long team name in another championship I covered recently, but Craig's a great guy and very potent in this car, actually. He was learning it through the Sim Racers World TCR series a few seasons ago, and to be honest, has gone from strength to strength in a multitude of different machines. And Craig currently 15th, and in the AM class, which he's a part of, he is in 5th place so far. Chris Warner still top of that pile.
He is indeed. What I quite like as well, I mean, they've really, obviously it's an AM and a Pro Championship, but it's properly mixed up, isn't it, realistically? I mean, Chabula and Young, top of the times, and as Pro drivers, you probably would expect that, but then Warner and Hewitt, 3rd and 4th, AM drivers, or, you know, realistically, they're probably not really AM drivers. They're just being classified here today as AM drivers in whatever criteria BSR decide to put them through. But it does go to show that sort of it doesn't really matter who or where you are. You sort of want to get involved with the people you're racing against. And I'm sure that's probably what we're going to see throughout the next, as I said, 3 hours. We've only got 2.5 minutes to go of this qualifying. A few people starting to get a little bit more of a gap, starting to feed their way through. I just saw Shane Dunn in the sort of number 49 TCR car. He was driving well, but he's lagging in and out a little bit, and he was on some green sectors, but then I think his last sector was interrupted with a little bit of lag, so Shane not available to increase his margin. Michael Seal bumps up to not as high as Neil Stevenson, jumping up to 6th position. I think we're just having a look at the MX-5 class as well. I don't think there's anybody really going too quickly. Robin Bales potentially on a decent lap, and Tabaknik is going very well in 23rd, only 100th behind, but he's on some green sectors, and I think he's hunkered up. No, in fact, he's ahead of the BSR of Ben Sharp, I believe that is. it doesn't look like Tabak Nick actually has increased his advantage. So that's a bit of a shame for him because he could jump a few places only by going an extra tenth or two quicker.
Yeah, that's it. Tiny margins here, especially in the middle of the pack as well. I mean, you can see it on the left of your screen. He's only 14 thousandths off the car ahead of him. King is 5 thousandths off the car ahead of him, and he's only 4 thousandths ahead of Griffiths as well. So it is incredibly close between all of them. But the Sim 3D Sport machine currently making his way around. We've got a car off the road there. That's Samuel Hooper in the Team ZBR BPR machine. He's gone back to the pits. Big slide there by Brandon Hawkin. Of course, part of SRC Mivano Corsa. Very, very well-known team within iRacing, World Championship class team. And he's showing World Championship levels of performance at the moment, is the Canadian driver. Going around the 46 car there of Tom Franz in Big Bird Racing. Out of the final corner, but into the pits for Brandon Hawkin. And that will be the end of his session, I'm sure.
Yeah, it surprises me just a touch because he was on a half-decent lap then. It might have been an advantage to be had, but Neil Stevenson across the line. It was a couple of green sectors, but not really good enough to anchor his way up past Ankerson in top 5. The top 2 extremely close together, Chabula and Young, 0.3 of a second back, and then obviously a whole plethora of cars that within about a tenth or two. But that top 10 is extremely close. I'm just keeping an eye on Neil Stevenson, purely for the fact that if no one could understand it, you're on my channel right now, you can see all of the design and colours and everything like that. You can probably guess my favourite colours. That Neil Stevenson car, that Ignia Motorsport Spark car, is a bit of me, Chaz. That is a stunning looking machine.
A bit of purple, eh? Everyone loves a bit of purple, but yes, it does look very, very good indeed. Ignia Motorsport, a team that was growing quite a lot in the latter stages of the previous TCR series I've covered, and Neil adopting the purple, which is normally blue. There was a bit of a moment there. Ed May jumps up the order as well. He goes up to 5th, so it's a 1 May trip up the order for Ed. There was nearly a bit of contact there, actually, between some of the cars further back. I couldn't quite catch which of the MX-5s it was, but there was one of them that was very close to the end of the lap, coming out of Sterling's. Coming up to Sterling's. And
I'm trying to find it now as well, but yeah. I can't quite ping it. It may have been a bit
someone
of Shane
held
Piggott.
up one of the. Someone really just held up an Audi quite a lot.
Nice.
Shane Piggott has had a moment. That's out of Surtees, and he's just going to pull it over, I think, because he knows that he can't get another lap in. Yeah, you can see them all parking it on the exit. Got to love that. Oh, look how close Anders is to the grass there.
Yeah, Ankerson really thrown it through. Now he's had 1 green sector. The rest of the lap isn't quite as hot as he probably would like, but he's only got maybe 1 more driver to try and beat in terms of Ed May. He needs to find a 10th or 2. If he can find a 2 tenths, then he can probably try and get Freddie Hewitt, who's in Reality Sim Sports car, in 4th position. But as Ankerson comes across the line, he didn't come into the pits, which mainly shows that he's on a decent lap. And that's a very decent lap indeed, isn't it? He cuts the margin to Chabula and Young by a 10th of a second better than anybody else managed. And Ankerson launches himself into the top 3.
Great stuff that for the RD SimSport driver. Really nice, tidy performance at the end. There is Ben Sharp. Races in the Civic Cup in the UK. And Chris Slater, RAF E-Motorsports. Also there in the wonderful little blue Peugeot. Pretty sure I've seen him about, actually, at some point this season. He's on his way into the pits. He may be 28th, but in class he is 10th at the moment. And he finishes his session. There's David Ward, was 52nd overall. Does he jump up the order anywhere? No, he does not. So David stays 52nd, 27th in the MX-5 Pro class. So a lot of work to do for him. But that is the end of qualifying already, Jack.
It is indeed, which means we've only got the small matter of a 180-minute endurance race to come. And I believe, well, I don't know about you, Chaz, but this may well be a bit of a mouthful. We'll go through the order of the grid, and we'll do the TCRs first and foremost. In fact, I might be able to do the class set 1. There we go. Chabula on pole position with Young in 2nd place, Ankerson and Warner rounding out the 2nd row, 3rd and 4th. Freddie Hewitt in 5th with Ed May just dropping outside the top 5 in the end within 6th place. Stevenson, Drashik in 7th and 8th with Hardy in Denyer top 10. Seal and Money in 11th and 12th. And I may have to get a bit of a move on with this if it's not moving forward. There we go. Malcolm 13th with Dunn in 14th. Schill, Kent, Cope, Holman, Fox and Hawken round out the top 20 with Jason Cooper. Andy McEwen, Brandon Hawkin actually in the top 20, first of the MX-5s as well. Jason Cooper in second place in the MX-5s, and then it falls down from there. Andy McEwen, Robin Bales, and James King in the top 24. Then we got Ben Sharp, Chabachnik, and Griffiths, Largo, Neves, Slater, Shepherd, Piggott, Sampson, Moss, English, and Gunstone in the top 36. I told you there's a lot of drivers. Williams, Burns, Maxwell, Morton, Holloway, Wadsworth, Tullock, Barry, Hooper, Ricks, Flicker, and Brown. And I know I'm running through these very quickly. Apologies if you're missing your favourite driver. Siddons, Harrington, Manning, Volch, Ward, and Siwit. And I believe, just about get my voice in there, Chaz, we're about to go racing.
We are indeed.
But I think we may even have a safe... Yeah, we're going to have a rolling start. I probably could have taken my time there.
Well, that makes life a lot easier, doesn't it, really? But no, a rolling start here, obviously the best option. We don't want a massive pile-up of stationary cars on the grid. But Jaroslav Cibula is going to start on the very front row and the very front position of the grid. And he has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders here as we're going to go for a full lap. And he's got a lot of time to think about this as well before he gets his foot down and gets this race underway. We're about to start rolling now, and the beautiful iRacing Porsche 911 safety car will get moving. And there is the humongous field being brought towards us. In the field we have 55 cars registered. I think some of them joined practice and will not be racing. Emilio Largo and Mark Voce were in practice, but I don't think they went into qualifying, so I think we will not be seeing them for the full race. But this is a bit of a nerve-wracking time, isn't it? A warm-up lap and just getting ready for a rolling start here, Jack, because it's not your usual start. You don't just gun it off the line. You have to be very strategic here. And also, if you're further back, very careful.
Yeah, absolutely have to. And they've added a little bit extra spice as well in terms of they're doing a rolling start, but they're doing the TCRs can go when the green light flashes, whereas the MX-5s, they hang back, as we're seeing here, which is why we're focusing on Hawkins. They hang back, and then as soon as they get on the start-finish straight, they can go. So there's no signal to say, oh, they can go. So in real racing, you might see a split grid ordered as in, you know, the green flag initiates the first set of racing drivers, the first class, the TCRs say, and then, say, a Great British flag, a United Kingdom flag, Union Jack, that's the word I'm looking for, might initiate the second group of drivers. But obviously in iRacing, we don't have that luxury. So it's just going to be trust the MX-5s, sort themselves out, and they keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to sort of run your own race. You've got to just do your own thing and try and keep yourself safe most of the time. And when there is an incident or if anything goes on, you know, drivers do move around a lot. They all try and avoid the incident how they think is best. There's a lot of sort of compensation by drivers at points where there's an incident. So you have to really know who is around you, which way you can go, which way you can't go. So we're going to see maybe a few incidents as this race starts, where it's all a bit more packed up. But either way, I hope that everyone has a clean race and enjoys themselves out there, because it's a big old grid and it's a fantastic turnout.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's all in aid of the British Motorsport Marshals Club. So if you're going to enjoy what you're watching, then please do donate for a fantastic cause, because you're about to see 3 hours of absolute brilliant racing for free, and you're going to want to sink all of it in, as well as Cibula sees the pace car just blend in, and he's gone young, really smart, right to the inside there to fend off the attack of Ankerson, who actually may have Chris Warner for company around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. There's no change for 1 and 2. At the moment, there's no change for 3 either. Ankerson holds off the attack from Warner, who going into Druids will have a little bit of an overspeed, but he'll be on the outside, and I think that was Young getting a little bit wide into the braking zone of Druids, and then 3 wide coming out of it. Cibula going very well at the top. He'll enjoy seeing this one as Ankerson goes from 3rd to 2nd. Young and Warner now fighting it out.
Yeah, Chris Young was very, very wide there, but I don't know where he expected the other guys to go. He just turned back into Druids, straight back onto the apex, as if there wasn't 2 cars down the inside of him. I'm not sure if he knew they were 3 wide or whether he only thought they were 2 wide, but he certainly didn't leave enough room back down the inside. This is the front of the MX-5s. It's Hawkin from Cooper, Champman, Bales, King, and Tabachnik's gained a place as well. He's just gone down the inside of Ben Sharp. Maybe a little bit of argy-bargy through there, but look at this. Jason Cooper, incredibly quick driver is Jason. I've seen him win many a championship in BSR before. He's all over the back of Brandon Hawkin right now. There's a few cars blinking in and out, but it looks like all the little MX-5s with their wonderful array of liveries have made it through the first couple of corners nice and safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And apologies if you see a few drivers jumping around and the battle time on the left-hand side also jumping around. I think that's something to do with my iRacing setting and just the amount of cars that we have out here on circuit. I'll see if I can get that sorted as we go through the race. But if we'd have a look a little bit further back, that's Freddie Hewitt trying to fly around the outside of Chris Warner. This is for the top of the AM Championship, which is a weird thing to say considering there is no championship. But you get what I mean. It is an AM class race and a pro class race in the TCR here. And they're driving well. There'll probably be about 5, 6, maybe even 10 laps actually before they start catching up to the back of the MX-5s. As long as the MX-5 don't obviously have a crash. Otherwise, we'll see a few more of them a little bit sooner than we'd like. And there is a crash. And I can't actually focus on Ed May because he's being overtaken by so many drivers. He does a lovely little J-turn. We'll give him that one. But unfortunately, he ends up in the wall.
Yeah, I think that looked to me like he was trying to go down the inside of someone, clip the grass and the brakes.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Chris Young got very lucky there that his Ignium Motorsport car didn't end up backwards in the gravel as well. But Ed May, he'll be a bit annoyed with himself at that one, but he was just trying to make a move. Oh, that's moving in a straight line. That's what you never want to see. Chris Warner moving over to the right there. There is a car there, Sunshine. You can't move over on Neil like that. You see a lot of this with drivers moving over in a straight line. And if I'm honest with you, Jack, I'm not going to start this broadcast on a low, but I just don't get the point. I really don't get the point of people moving over on a straight when they're side by side with people. Hopefully we don't see any of that. But they survive, which is the main thing. And they managed to continue. This is Carl Hardy having to defend from Jacob Money right now. Jacob's got his nose down the inside into Sheen Curve. Lovely stuff by Jacob. Nicely placed. And he is through. And now he wants to go chasing after Rafael Draycott.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of moving we do want to see, isn't it? A nice, clean move up the inside. Lovely racing respect between the two of them. They judge their speed to perfection as well, because it is very easy to go off through there as well, isn't it? Especially going down Dingle Dell and then coming back up and into that quick right-hander. You see so many drivers running wide. I mean, I remember my dad writing off his car in real life through there, just completely on his own and by accident. It's very, very difficult. Freddie Hewitt getting a good run, but I'll tell you what, we'll have a very quick look at the lead for the MX-5s as long as it loads in very quickly. There we go. Hawkin versus Cooper and Chapman just behind as well. Chapman, a BSR champion in the past, so keep an eye out on him. Ben Sharp, obviously a BSR champion and one of the race organisers, a little bit further back at the moment in the top 5 of this race. But right now, these guys are fighting for the top of the MX-5s. A huge grid for both TCRs, a huge grid for the MX-5s as well. It's impossible to keep an eye on everyone, but we're going to do our best, of course we are, as we go over the next 3 hours. And to be honest, Chaz, 3-hour races, they can sometimes turn a touch dull, but with this many cars on circuit, there's nearly always going to be a battle.
Oh yeah, that's it. You can always guarantee that there is going to be something going on around Brands Hatch. There's so many sections here where drivers don't get an easy time. You can't break away from people. A lot of it is very stop-start. Despite there being a very, very fast section here, the GP loop out through the forest, it is very sort of old-school racing. You know, you get to a corner, you have to slam on. You then have to get a good run out the corner. It's not, let's just say, like Jeddah, as it was on the weekend, where it's just high speed everywhere and people can't overtake. Certainly, people can overtake, because look at that. Chris Warner chucks his nose down the inside. Freddie Hewitt, fair play to him, keeps his very, very strong momentum around the outside. Not quite sure what Chris is really flashing for there, but it's not going to achieve much. Either way, Neil Stevenson now coming up to have a go at him as well. Then he's got Rafael Draycott with him as well. Jacob Money was going quickly before. Carl Hardy has gone off the road and is going down the order. He's gone off at Paddock Hill. We all have at some point.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's clipped the grass. Go on, son, save it. Boots it. Love it. Absolutely love it. He's going to get hit by the pasty machine right now. Nick Kent, T1 Turkeys is his team name. He's actually got Craig Schill behind him now after Shane Dunn in the Spud car. There you go. You've got a roast potato and a pasty together on track. And then you've got Craig Schill trying to snap them all up from just behind at Surtees.
Do you think we're looking at a Tom Ingram fanboy right there?
I think so.
Yeah, I was going to say, against his not normal livery that you used to see, and I reckon someone on Trading Paints has absolutely tried to replicate a Tom Ingram car. It is a good job, to be fair. I can't wait to see the Hyundai, though, when they obviously bring that out. They'll have to livery that bad boy up, because that will look very nice. Lots of movement towards the back end of the field. I'm trying to hold off and looking, to be honest, at the MX-5s too much, because of the sort of the mess that it makes of my timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. But obviously, we'll try and keep an eye on what's going on. Brandon Hawkin still looking strong, but I think Dave Chapman might be slightly struggling. No, he isn't, actually. It's just the fact that my iRacing is not enjoying having to keep up with all these drivers.
Yeah, there is a lot to look at, to be fair. A lot going on at the moment. And to be fair, some of these guys doing a mega job up near the front. A lot of the time, the MX-5s do have a lot of slipstream about them as well. They punch a hell of a hole in the air. So these guys may stick together quite a lot over the course of this race. But when you do lose the train, it's very difficult to catch back up again. Jason Cooper putting some incredible pressure on the back of Brandon Hawking right now. Right with him, glued to the back of that car. He's in some sort of Gulf livery, is Jason Cooper. Very interesting looking car from the 5-Star Motorsport Blue machine. But right now, it is the SRC Movano Corsa car of Brandon Hawking, the Canadian driver. Just holding on for now, showing everybody what it is all about. And to be fair, in the background as well, Robin Bales has got Ben Sharp climbing around all over the back of him in the BSR Ben Sharp racing machine. This is Robin Bales. Let's hope he doesn't bail before too long, because otherwise Ben will have an easy ride of this. Is he going to defend the inside? No, Ben's not going to go for it yet. I think they need to focus together here on staying with that train in front of them, to be honest, because it's very close together and they could all hold each other up with a big battle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Ben would like to get past, but you're absolutely right. He want to look forward, and to be honest, he's sharper than that. He'll want to go forward, and he'll know how to do it as well. Yeah, I thought we'd start early. But yeah, no, it's definitely a top three that can be caught, especially if they start fighting. But what I do like about this is the fact that in BSR, I mean, I commentated on it for a while. I think you commentated on it for a while, Chaz, years ago. It's a bit, it can be a little bit balls to the wall, shall we say. It's very much
brutal.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal, isn't it? I mean, as is any MX-5 racing or any close championship, obviously. But with a 3-hour race, these guys are fully used to doing 15-minute bouts, aren't they? You know, it's a little 1 minute in the ring style thing when we're here going for the full 12 rounds here. So it's a big difference as an MX-5 lagging in and out badly. That could be really dangerous for Ankerson here and Hewitt as they try and negotiate. The MX-5 has moved over the way. Max Verstappen, where were you going? He goes over to the left-hand side, and luckily Ankerson gets through.
That was Chance Manning, and he certainly made them take a chance there. To be fair, Anders Ankerson went to the left, but he really flung it aggressively to the right. And I'm not sure where Chris Young was going, but he was just trying to go around the outside and make sure that that MX-5 was no problem for him. But that was a serious amount of lag there. You don't normally see cars blinking that frequently on iRacing. Normally they'll disappear for a second or two and then come back, but I've never seen one blink as sporadically as that. Oh, Chris Slater, the RAF Motorsports car, is going down the order very suddenly. He's losing a bucket load of time and a bucket load of positions. Not quite sure whether he has had an accident with somebody else. He is now down in 48th place, Chris Slater, way down the order.
I tell you what I'm going to have to do before we get too far into this race, Chaz, is try and have a little play with my iRacing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot to a splash screen. And then what if you can just take us through what's going out on circuit. A bit of radio commentary for the ladies and gentlemen at home. Just going to try and see if I can increase the amount of cars on my iRacing settings to 100 or something. Because at the moment, we're losing out on half the race here. So I'm going to very quickly do that if you can take through the ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I've also sent you a Discord message regarding this. So if
I'll have a
take
quick
a look,
glance at that.
I will let you know. But right now, on track, we have Freddie Hewitt. And he has got a very pretty livery on his car. It's under Freddie Hewitt Racing. But I'm trying to figure out. It's one of the cars from the BVTCR Championship, which is supporting tonight's event, or at least the TCR side. So we're very grateful for that. And I still can't quite get the team name. Either way, he's got a bunch of cars behind him. They're all heading up through Hawthorns, now through to Westfield. Back down the hill, but they are a long way behind Ankerson, Young and Chabula, the top three. Ankerson moving ahead of Young. Well, there's a reason he's ahead of Young, because Young is off the road. Young's had an accident here, and Chris Young has completely binned it. We've got Edward May going off as well. Ed May's had his own moment. Both of them up at Sheen Curve. Now, Chris Young has managed to get going again. Car doesn't look too badly damaged either, to be honest. Just trying to
find what happened to him, to be honest. He comes back on track there. Let's have a quick glance. So this is attempting to see Chris Young, and the fact that we can't really see him that much indicates that maybe it was a bit of a lag spike, because obviously we flick back to him, and he's facing the wrong way there. I don't know if you had a different view of that, Chaz.
No, to be honest, I've actually just seen the same that you have. I've just, he was there 1 minute and the next he wasn't. Oh, he's clipped the grass.
Yeah.
He's clipped the grass, and
Easily
that's it.
done.
And yeah, definitely. I said earlier that that you just need to dip one wheel on the grass, and that's all it takes to put the car around completely. But there's still, the rest of them carry on. The show goes on without him. And this is Neil Stevenson with, right behind him, Rafał Draycott, who was very, very quick off the mark earlier on in the race. And now they're making their way past some of the lap traffic. That was the 22 car of Dan May. No relation to Ed, as far as I know, that they have just got past. And now poor Dan May having to climb out of the way of all these TCR cars, bullying their way through. It's kind of like watching the old Super Tourers when they used to have Class B and so on. Because back in the day, the Super Tourers were so much quicker than Class B that they literally used to just hit them out of the way. There were so many instances, especially at Brands Hatch at the start of the season as well. I remember Mark Lemmer and Anthony Reid got in a bit of an argument, because Anthony Reid, coming into this corner here at Paddock Hill Bend, stormed his way down the inside of Mark Lemmer, and his poor little Honda Integra had just biffed him off the road completely. Mark managed to carry on, but he wasn't too chuffed about it. Oh, as I'm sure not too chuffed about it, Rafał will not like that there, as Neil Stevenson moves to the inside, slams on the anchors right in his face and says, no, you are not coming through here, sunshine. But still, great battle in this TCR class right now. Stevenson third in his class. Hewitt, of course, Freddie Hewitt just up the road, leading the TCR AM class, apologies. But this is the pro class in the MX-5s, as off goes the number 19 machine for a moment there. That's David Champman, and around the outside goes Ben Sharp. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, and here comes Bales as well, interested in having a little go. And to be honest, I think Bales and Ben Sharp have done quite a good job of trying to catch up to these guys. Like we mentioned before, there's no sort of rush, I suppose, from these drivers to try and get involved. I mean, just wait it out, see if they make a mistake. And a mistake is exactly what we saw then from Chapman. As Jason Cooper, again, just putting pressure on Hawkin. Nothing silly, nothing untoward. Just get in there, try and pile the pressure on as much as humanly possible and see what can happen.
Yeah, you have to just fill your opponent's mirrors a lot of the time. You just have to be there, fill their mirrors. Just even if you know that you're not going to go for a move, and even if you think that sometimes a dummy isn't worth it, you know, just put your nose down the inside that little bit. Just make the car look big. You've got to move around and just get amongst it. You know, you've got to be there for them. You've got to just make sure that you are a presence in their head, because no matter how stable a driver seems or how unbreakable they seem, you can always try. You can always put that pressure on. And right now, that's exactly what we're seeing from Jason Cooper with Brandon Hawkin. He's not trying desperately to get through. I think he's hoping that the two of them can break away from the rest of the pack. And then later in the race, there's a long way to go in this one, he can make his move.
That'll certainly be the plan, won't it? Well, I'm just having a look at one driver who's loving life right now, I would argue, is the leader of the entire race and the leader of the TCRs as well. And that is Chabula. He's absolutely flying. He's got about a 1.5 second gap, which is the biggest gap we see out on circuit. To be honest, actually, that's a complete lie, because Freddie Hewitt is 5.5 seconds behind Anders Ankersen, who is obviously in second place, and you can just about see Ankersen behind Chabula. There he is, coming through. Sterling's about to be anyway. There we go. And now this is where it gets interesting, Chaz, because you have, if you're driving an MX-5, you have a differing opinion than the TCRs, don't you, of how much you should have to move out the way. The instructions from BSR have been, the MX-5, stay on their line. TCR is your responsibility. But realistically, if you're the faster car, you're hoping that the MX-5s do you a favour.
Yeah, you'd think in a straight line or something, you know, if you're going down towards Turn 1 or if you're going down Pilgrim's Drop towards Hawthorns, that, yeah, they would get out of the way a little bit. But at the same time, you know, you're in the faster car, you're in the more nimble, more capable car. It should be up to you to do it. You know, if you have the capability to drive around another car, then it should be on you. And to be fair, Jaroslav Chabula doing a nice job of it so far. He's got the 26 machine just in front of him now. as he goes down the inside. Sorry, 28 machine. I do apologise, everybody. Massive bunch of MX-5s to make your way through, though. It's a hell of a scary sight when you're coming right up to all that lot. That's Alex Williams in the Heliosphere racing machine that he got past, but by the time I figured that out, he's already got past 2, 3, 4 more down the inside of the 13 car of Harley Moss. Great stuff by Chabula. And it's moments like that. I mean, look at it now. He's got 5 MX-5s between him and second place Ankerson. If you can just get a nice clean run through the traffic when it's all bunched together like that, that's not something you need to replicate for the rest of the race, really, because a lot of the time, these MX-5s will spread out with all these Audis poking holes in their battles, won't they?
They will indeed, and you quite often see it at the VLN rounds, don't you, where you have the really fast GT3s, plus some TCR cars, plus some Porsches and everything, mixed in with the MX-5s, and to be honest, the MX-5s are the most fun to watch for about 3 laps of the Nürburgring, and then all of a sudden they just get chopped apart and their racing just becomes a little bit extinguished because of the traffic that's carving through them. And Chabula had an easy job of it, to be honest, because he was on his own. This is a little bit different, especially if you've got an MX-5 who's lagging about the place, as Money does there, as well as this whole battle for the top 5, to be honest. James Holman is a driver who's very much impressed me in this early stages. He's gained 10 places since the start of this race, up to 8th position. Really good job by him. Realistically, there are a few drivers out there who haven't actually moved at all. One of them is Chabula, obviously, is the one everybody wants to be. But this little battle for the top 5 in the TCR is really heating up. But there's a crash, then it's going to be very difficult to avoid it. Which way do you go? It's pretty much a guessing game.
It's Ankerson.
It is Ankerson.
Anders Ankerson was involved in that, in the RD Simsport car. Whoa, more cars going off as well. That was Michael Seal going way, way off the road. Michael going completely straight on at Surtees there. Whether he got help, I'm not sure. But Anders Ankerson, big, big moment, actually, because the driver that was in second place now down in 8th position. A lot of smoke and a lot of stuff going on there. I think that was the 28 car. So this is Anders now. He's got the 13 in front of him there. Oh, there was contact in the MX-5s, and he got drilled by one of them and then nailed in the front by the number 5 through the middle of that. I cannot believe the fact that... Who was that, actually? I think Freddie Hewitt got through that unbelievably well. So Wadsworth turns in. There was a bit of an overlap, and then, well, to be honest, there's not a massive amount of slowing down going on for drivers going into that incident there. A lot of them just sort of piled through and pushed the other cars out of the way. So I feel that Anders Ankerson will be feeling very hard done by in that moment there. There's a number of people just piling on in.
It's not ideal, is it, really? Then when you are sort of trying to carve through the field, and then there's obviously that a mix-up behind you, but it has given Chabula a 10-second lead to Freddie Hewitt, who, like you rightly mentioned, it was really pushing on strong. Malcolm goes past Seal, who may well have a little bit of a damage, but gets the back end a little bit loose as he's trying his best to get past the number 666 car, goes around the outside of Graham Hill Bend, and that's a good example of what we've been talking about, really, as the MX-5s should stay on the line, stay on the racing line, and the TCR's responsibility is to try and do the hard stuff and go around them. But like we've just seen, sometimes the MX-5s, they're fighting their own race. They're dealing with their own stuff. They don't have time to really necessarily worry about all the TCRs. That's their responsibility in their eyes.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they if they're trying to make their own mistakes, I'm not trying to make mistakes. They're trying to have their own battles, make their own moves. You know, they don't really have to always think about the TCRs. It's only sort of when you get the chance. But we see more now as Anders Ankerson. He'll be fired up. I mean, the car looks angry as well. He will be too. Oh, to be fair, Harley Moss was not ready to give that up easily. Scott Malcolm right behind Anders right now as well. And still, the bunch of them move up through the pack. We're only 20 minutes into this race so far, actually, Jack. That's only 1/6 of the way through. No, it's not. It's even 1/12. But Ankerson feels that the damage is too much now, and into the pits he goes. You can see the 27 machine there coming back out on circuit. Car 27. Is that Fiona? It is Fiona Siddons, yeah, in the Vapors Mansfield machine. Michael Seal into 9th position now, with Scott Malcolm just in front. This is the MX-5 battle still going on. Brandon Hawkin leading the way in the SRC Movano Corsa car. Then it's the 5-star Motorsports Blue machine of Jason Cooper. Ben Sharp just behind. In terms of the MX-5 AM drivers, it's Shane Piggott that is currently leading that. He's got Harley Moss 2 cars back. Sam Gunstone is between the two of them in terms of the MX-5s, but they've got to try and survive these TCRs. I wonder if we can go on board with Shane Piggott for a moment, actually, Jack. Maybe just a lap or so, just to see what it's like when these TCRs do go through, because compared to the little Diddy MX-5s, they look like right old tanks, these Audis.
And they have a bit of a stance to them. Road presence is probably the word to give them. And they're not exactly GT3s, but when you're in a little ant of an MX-5, anything feels absolutely massive, doesn't it? And very different characteristics. That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about the TCR having a bit more oomph along the straight, but to be honest, the little low-powered MX-5 rear-wheel drive is very different through the corners and accelerating on exit and everything like that to the big, monstrous Audi TCRs. And you can see them going past there. They'll be slightly different on entry, and they'll be slightly different on exit as well, as Piggott runs a little bit wide through Clark curve, just trying to get on the power a little bit too keen there, wasn't he? But just trying to keep with these drivers and obviously chase up to the back of his MX-5 compatriots.
Yeah, that's it, 180 horsepower in these MX-5s, rear-wheel drive, quite bouncy on the suspension as well. They've got ABS, so if you do slam on, they do sometimes like to straight line quite a bit. TCR car's 350 horsepower and it's front-wheel drive, so completely different kettle of fish on corner exit. One of them you can floor it, and one of them you can't really. But the one that you can floor it in, you don't actually want to, because you'll ruin those front tyres. Is behind, there's contact. Wow, oh wow, there was big contact there. That was Rafał Dražić and James Holman in the other RD Simsport car. James puts his nose down the inside. Rafał says no. And then eventually, James gets through. But Mr. Dražić isn't going to be too happy with that. I'm going to say Dražić instead of Dražić, sorry. So I'm probably getting your name wrong, Rafał, and I do apologise for that. But we're English and we're not good with consonants. Anyway, Holman up into 5th now in car 55, so he must be a fan of the number 5. Neil Stevenson, though, one of the other drivers that hasn't moved a place since the start of this race. He's just behind these guys in 7th. There's flashing of the lights going on by Jacob Money as well, so all these guys maybe not getting irate, but maybe the temper's rising slightly here, because now we're in a point here, to be honest, Jack, where there's no end of traffic on this road.
Well, this is it. We've had the first 20 minutes. Now, this is what it's going to be like for the next 2 hours and 40, isn't it, realistically? It's going to be constant negotiation of traffic. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be. I think it's dynamic, which means there's potentially set to real-world time, and the sun might set. It might be set to, say, 7 o'clock, so we might end up in the light right at the end of the 3-hour race, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to figure that out as we fly. But to me, it looks like sort of early evening dusk or sort of mid-afternoon at the moment, so we might get away with it just a touch. Jacob Money is right. Well, he's got his gearbox filled with Holman. He looks at the inside of Surtees, and I don't know if there was a big enough gap there for him, Chaz, but Money keeps his foot in, luckily, and just about keeps it on the black stuff, but he's going to join in a whole heap of trouble.
I think Jacob just, he turned across way too aggressively there to try and cover the line, but he was already there down the inside. There was no need to cover it that hard. He was already over on the left. Look, he's gone to the left again. He goes, no, that's my apex. And he turns in really early, and he causes that accident himself. He's put himself across his nose, and I don't see why, if I'm honest with you. But either way, it's his race to run and not mine.
Just having a look at the driver behind them, whether there's much of a... No, his intention is shown early. It's very decisive, isn't it, by the driver behind? It's a difficult one. I'm sure they'll have differing opinions in the chat afterwards.
Oh, yeah, there's two sides to every story, mate. There's two sides. In terms of the time, by the way, the weather is realistic, dynamic sky, and it is currently 2 o'clock local time in the afternoon on the sim. Right. But it's on the 30th of November 2021 that it's set to, so the sun will set quite soon, actually. I think we'll probably, well, it'll be what, after 4 o'clock, so yeah, we probably will be under light by the time this race finishes. Bit of sad news as well, I'm afraid. Ed May has disconnected from the race, so maybe the damage a bit terminal, and maybe he's had some sort of issue with the fast repairs, which they have 2 of in this race.
I was going to say, they have 2 fast repairs, so that's why we saw Ankerson just come in, and even the smallest amount of damage, he probably thinks it's worth coming in for. Get that fast repair done, maybe fuel up, because obviously the fuel is different as well. I don't think they're allowed to run a full capacity fuel tank. I think it's 50% for both of these cars. The MX-5s could run a full 2 hours, I think, on one fuel tank, and the TCR's an hour and a half. So to try and get a little bit more strategy and a little bit more interest and make it a little bit harder, basically. Not that it needs to be any harder with this amount of cars on the track. They've reduced the fuel that's been put in. Did you say then that Ed disconnected?
He has disconnected, yeah.
Well, get him in the Discord then. Let's have another commentator. Hey, his loss can be our reward.
That's very true. Well, to be fair, I'm going to blame Ed because it means he's not giving me long enough to take the mick out of him while he's on track.
Yeah, he wimped
which
out.
He loves to do with me, by the way.
He definitely wimped out of that one, didn't he? He heard your voice and ran scared, didn't he? But no, I'm sure he didn't. But it is a shame to not see him complete it. It's a shame to see any driver not complete it. They put in a fair few sort of precautions to try and get everybody to the finish line. And to be honest, we've got 52 cars still running. We only had 55 to start with. Thank you very much for the like, Fraser Rostons, on the stream as well on Facebook. If you do like the stream, then you will pop up, just like Fraser did at the bottom of your screen. So, a couple of lunges here from the TCR to try and get ahead of these top-running MX-5 drivers. We're focusing on the MX-5s. 1, because Chabula is 10 or 12 seconds now in the lead of the TCRs. 2, because the TCRs have spaced themselves out because of the MX-5 traffic. And 3, this is genuinely one of the closest battles we have on circuit. Jason Cooper, Ben Sharp and Dave Chapman are really biting at the bit. You could say that Chapman's chomping at the bit to try and get into these top 3. But Hawkins not having any of it. He's a second and a half at the road.
Yeah, that's the thing. These battles are going to open up and close again, just like we've seen in numerous types of endurance races. However, this is slightly different to any that I've seen before, really. I've not seen one that includes the MX-5s in particular. I did just have a quick look in the Discord, by the way, and Ed May has actually confirmed. I'm really proud of myself for guessing correctly, but he said that the sim isn't letting him fast repair. So he's unfortunately had to sit out. He had quite a lot of repairs to do after his moment earlier on.
But hopefully that won't be a running theme, actually, because obviously if there is a little bit of damage, it's not just Ed, it's everyone. That could put a few people out.
Well, I did see, I got sent a screenshot of when the session was being set up, and it did say that there were 2 fast repairs, so they've set that up. As down the inside of Piggott goes the number 15 car of Adam Shepherd in the Shepherd Motors Enduro machine. He goes through just before the half-hour mark, but now, all of a sudden, he's right under attack again. We've got also James King in the RAF E-Motorsport 2 car right with them. And this is the battle at the very front of the MX-5. Brandon Hawkin, SRC Movano Corsa, and Jason Cooper. They've been like this all race so far, despite the TCR cars being around them as well. The next one to overtake them will be Nick Kent in the T1 Turkeys machine. That's the Ginsters Tom Ingram-inspired machine. But Brandon, he's holding on well at the moment, but I do think, honestly, Jack, that these two, they want to both just try and break away together and then start fighting later on.
Easier said than done, though, isn't it, when you've got a car like Ben Sharp hunting them down and Chapman. I mean, you're seeing a lot of drivers who have won championships in the BSR, one of which, well, I don't know if he won the championship, I'm pretty sure he did, actually, was the car fighting with Shane Piggott in Adam Shepherd. He's normally absolutely rapid. Maybe he hasn't really had much of a practice in this one so far. Maybe he didn't get on and tune in a setup. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, week 13, maybe the updates have come into play. I'm not sure of week 13. Actually, no, week 13 starts tomorrow, doesn't it? So, realistically, I'm not sure what is wrong with Shepherd, but normally he would be right here. He'd be fighting with the Sharps, the Chapmans, the Hawkin, the Coopers of the world. So, bit of a shame for him that maybe his race just hasn't really lent that way so far. Anders Ankerson in 21st place, by the way, as well. We can see him just here. Not been able to recover just yet, but there's a whole lot of drivers that need to come in for a pit lane at some point. We'll keep an eye on that one. But right at the front of the field, Chaz, a battle has developed in the TCR between Freddie Hewitt and Chris Warner, 2 AMs.
Yeah, good scrap going on here at the moment. Freddie Hewitt leading the AM class, but for how long, to be honest, because Chris Warner has closed right up behind him again. I'm actually looking, this is going to sound a bit daft at first, but I'm actually looking through the contacts in my phone. Yes, it is Chris.
As you do.
I bought my rig off Chris.
Really?
I knew I'd seen his name before, but I bought my my GT Omega rig from Chris, and I went to meet him a long time ago, and he's a really, really nice bloke, and he's got an incredible setup, actually. He's got a wonderful rig going on. Just in front of him, Freddie Hewitt sending it down the inside of one of the MX-5s, who very kindly gets out of the way. That was the number 5 machine of Pete Wadsworth in the Technative Wadsport machine. He was, I think it was him, at least the nickname is Wadders in the Discord. He was shouting up before that their race had been ruined by another driver. He was certainly trying every channel he could to try and find the stewards. So I'm not quite sure whether he was involved in the accident earlier on down at Graham Hill, but he clearly wasn't happy about it. He was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. It's Wadsworth was the driver I clicked on to get the highlight, which means he must have been the one who was sent round. And as you mentioned, absolutely fuming, hoping to obviously have something done about it. But the problem is, Chaz, this far in, I mean, that was about 10-15 minutes ago. Over a 3-hour race, what can you really do on a one-off event? You can't really give them point deduction for a championship because there is no points in this one-off race, is there? So it's a little bit of a tricky one, to be honest. But obviously he's feeling a little bit aggrieved. We'll see what can happen. Maybe see if anything comes of it. But it's going to be a bit difficult for him to get in touch with any stewards, mainly because I think most of the people who organise this event and they organise the BSR are actually out there racing at the moment, because obviously this is just a fun one-off. So they're going to get a blank until this race is over.
Well, we're admins of the session. What we'll do, everyone, just for a laugh, if you donate £50 to the British Motorsport Marshals Club, we will disqualify a random driver from the race.
We'll get the spinning wheel up. The BSR love a spinning wheel. We'll get the spinning wheel up. And whoever at the end of that lap, whoever's 17th or whatever it comes up as, bang, disqualified.
Yeah.
Probably Andy McEwen will probably be furious.
What we could do is, to be honest, if we did it in a very savage way, we'd just get a dice. Just a normal dice, 1 to 6. And then from each class, someone in the top 6 is getting disqualified. I'm joking. I'm absolutely joking. But still, you should donate 50 quid to the British Motorsport Marshals Club anyway, just because it's a fantastic cause and it helps, of course, go towards training and preparing marshals for the world of marshalling. And it's not an easy job, but they all volunteer to do it. And it's brilliant to see that so many marshals, especially after COVID, are all so determined to come back to circuits and, of course, make sure that our events run smoothly. A bit of a moment in the background there, I believe, for one of these Semper racing cars. I think that might have been Mr. Rafal having a bit of a moment there. Or it could have even been our race leader. Is that Jaroslav Chabula? It is. It was Chabula that had a moment, actually. He was just going around the number 92 MX-5, which is currently in the hands of, as he looks up through the flipping list, it's a big old list of MX-5.
It's Roger Morton, that one, though.
Ah, it was Roger Morton, the number 92. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. There is another car off, and I'm afraid it was Craig Schill, who's just lost a bucket load of time. He's just had his moment he's now down in 14th, but there's Chabula going through. Nice and tidy. Although, look at the mid-corner speed of... Oh, never mind. The number 46... that was the number 46 car, carrying some fantastic pace through the final corner, and I was wondering why he looked that fast. Tom Franz, Big Bird Racing, it's big something else to go that quickly through clearways. But, he's going sideways through Paddock Hill. He's been drilled by the 33 machine. They were 3 wide, and Matt Flicker, well... he flicks him out of the way, you could say. That was totally unnecessary, but I think, to be honest, Tom wanted to turn in, and they were just going to go 3 wide, and he didn't know that they were 3 wide. It's hard to judge sometimes when you're 3 wide how much space to give. We all know what to give when they're 2 wide, but not 3.
Yeah, I think Matt will be expecting something flicked at him from Thomas Franz at some point, I imagine. It was unfortunate to see that one end up the way it has, but sometimes that happens, and when you're in this sort of close proximity of racing, and as Flicker runs a little bit wide there, number 33, actually we could see Thomas Franz take advantage of that. Let's get on board with them as they go through Hawthorns, obviously as they come back up the dip. Is there going to be a move at the inside? It'd be a bit dangerous, it'd be a bit silly, to be honest, and it hasn't happened as Franz goes nice and calmly back to the apex, and normal order is resumed. But it's pretty important you don't see red, Chaz, because it could end up horrifically.
Yeah, that's it. One of the things in motorsport is how you bounce back from stuff. I always go on about it. If you have a bad race, if you have an incident in your race, it's how you bounce back from that and grab a result. If you have somebody make contact with you and it upsets you, it's how you bounce back from that. You don't see red and you don't go sending people off the road. You don't drive in anger. You try and just calm it down, get your head back in the game, and don't overdo it, because if you do start to then go and react, it always looks bad on you, and yeah, it's not something you want to do. Try not to drive with the red mist. Got 2 cars here coming out of the Dayglow yellow mist, which is Jacob Money trying a wonderful cutback on Carl Hardy from Team Fat and Fatter, apparently, as it shows on the...
That is what they entered
software
as their team name. I did have to double check it.
Well, Fat and Fatter. I wonder which one's which. Carl, though, holding off Jacob Money at the moment, who, to be fair, was not quite on the money around Paddock Hill Bend there. He took about 14 postcodes of inside curb, but he's holding on at the minute, is Mr. Hardy. He's doing a good job of it. Down the hill they go. And into Graham Hill Bend, another very difficult corner to get right. Now, if I understand this correctly, Carl Hardy's got the Brejan branding on that windscreen banner, which is part of the virtual Bell Car series, if I remember rightly, which we've both been a part of a commentary team for before, Belgian Endurance Championship. But either way, Carl has been in a number of championships that I've seen and broadcasted. Always an entertaining driver to keep an eye on. Always has his bright green wheels as well. He always has done in the BSR MX-5s, which, like you said earlier, has been going for a very, very long time. And I've been commentating on for years. It was actually the very first series I commentated on back in May of 2017.
Wow.
With good friends of mine, Alex Simpson and Andrew Woodhouse, people I'd been listening to for a long, long time. And it was my very, very first commentary gig. And then I came back to BSR MX-5 Tuesdays when it went to Year One TV as well. So I've been across multiple broadcasters on the same series. And here we are now. We've got cars in the pits, by the way. MX-5's running out of fuel. And a lot of them as well, actually. We have a big number of them, a good 10, 11, maybe even 12 cars out of the pits already, actually. You can see them all taking tyres as well. Not all of them. Some of them taking tyres, because not all of them will untick that. And that's going to really shake the order up, actually, to be honest, Jack, because some of these guys won't have thought about unticking the tyres, and they will sit there and take all of the new rubber. And I don't think after 40 minutes it's going to make that much of a difference to the MX-5s, really.
Well, I'm fully able to admit that I have never once unticked tyres. I've accidentally taken tyres in every single race I've ever done. And it's just because I can't physically get to my mouse and move over there and without crashing. I've tried it and it's just not happened. So, yeah, it's a little bit tricky, to be honest. And a lot of these drivers, you're right, will be making that mistake. Probably because they haven't done anything with tyres for a long time. If all they do is drive in the BSR, which a lot of these drivers do other things, like we've mentioned already. But if all they do is drive BSR, 15-minute races for an evening, you're never going to take tyres, are you, realistically?
No.
So that you don't need to worry about it. But here, today, it could add another 20 seconds or 30 seconds onto your time, which you just don't need.
No, that's it. I mean, we had... I did a touring car series using the good old Kia Optima, and drivers were required, by law, to do at least 2 tyres in a pit stop, and some of them would only do one side of the car because it gets jacked up and it takes that long to do both sides. They would only take 2 tyres. Some of them would take 4 and they wouldn't really get that much of an advantage, but driving a Kia that's got 2 very worn out tyres on one side, considering the difference in wear between a front-engined front left tyre and a front-engined left rear tyre, and then 2 brand new tyres on the right-hand side, it was a very, very weird car to drive when we were testing it. And to be honest, people were that determined to not spend more time in the pits that they just got used to how it drove, and they did a mega job of it as well, to be fair. Some of these drivers tonight, I don't think they'll be taking 2 tyres at a time. They will just go for all 4 whenever they can. You can hear the pit lane sirens still going off. More and more people coming in. We've even got TCRs in as well now.
I was going to say, I'm just keeping an eye on the pit counter. I think Jason Cooper is yet to come into the pits, but Brandon Hawkin has come into the pit. So this is a resumption of a race lead battle, but it's not between Hawkin and the driver that it was before. It's actually now between Hawkin and Ben Sharp, who seems to have done a really nice pit stop and gotten back out right behind Hawkin. I'm just trying to find who it was before, actually, who was fighting for second place in this MX-5. We spent so long actually looking at them, and I've lost. It was Cooper, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. And
yeah,
I can't actually see
Jason Cooper. He's in the pits right now. Is Jason Cooper?
That'd be why.
He is in 19th place overall, leading his class, and he gets going again. Doesn't look like he took tyres, or did he actually? 41 seconds.
41 seconds is a long time.
He was stationary for. Brandon Hawkin was stationary for 40.5 seconds. He's got Ben Sharp right behind him, though. Ben Sharp wants to go for the lead of this class as well. And there is the gap, look.
Jason Cooper just down the inside. Is Ben going to be able to go around the outside of him? I'm not sure if he will. Looked like they were going to make contact there, but Jason Cooper moves over to the right-hand side, gives enough room, tries to drive it deep into Druids, runs a little bit wide away from the apex. Ben's just climbing around all over the back of the car. He's going to take it out wide, but he's just going to take the racing line. He doesn't want to fight too hard right now, Jack, because he knows if they do scrap too hard, they're going to lose Brandon Hawkin. They're going to lose that slipstream.
Yeah, Chapman swapped out drivers as well. Andy McEwen is now the car in the bright orange machine, just behind Ben Sharp. You can see slightly in the distance, looking further back. So a couple of drivers changing their driver choices, obviously with a 40-minute pit time. They'll be able to swap a fair few times. And Jason Cooper is under attack here through Hawthorns from Ben Sharp, who doesn't look to the inside. He's probably a little bit more sensible than that. Maybe try and work together to catch up to Hawkin. If you lunge each other through Hawthorn, Chaz, it can end very badly, very quickly, and it can pretty much ruin your race.
Well, that's the thing. You know, it's a bunch of corners around here where if you do go down the inside of someone, you don't just hinder them, but you hinder yourself as well. And as a pairing right now, these guys need to focus on moving forward and staying with Brandon Hawkin. The gap is just over a second from Brandon to Jason, and these cars do get slipstream up to about 1.1 to 1.2 seconds. So they really need to make sure that it doesn't grow much more than that. But Brandon Hawkin's got such incredible pace. He's continuing to stretch his legs at the moment. I'm wondering whether Ben Sharp will go for a move and say, look, I will now slipstream you, and then we will just swap when it's convenient, because ideally, down Pilgrim's drop towards Hawthorn, Ben Sharp will go through, then he'll give the slipstream to Jason Cooper, and they'll just keep swapping. It's like being on a ladder, one foot in front of the other, and these two cars are the 2 feet.
Well, realistically, yeah, they could gain about 0.2 of a second per lap, couldn't they? Which is tenths of a second that they need to get on Jason Cooper. We are already nearly 45 minutes into this race, but realistically, it's still worth trying to get that margin down to as low as humanly possible. Freddie Hewitt is in a little bit of a battle with not only some MX-5s, but look at that, Ankerson, who had to pit really early in the day due to damage, and get his quick pit stop, get that fast repair in, has now joined the fight for the top 3 yet again. I mean, his window, his pit strategy is going to be very different now, though now, Chaz, isn't it? Because we're talking about Ankerson in the fight for the top 3. Is it realistically, will he have to take one more pit stop than everybody else, or can he fuel save potentially and try and stay within the top 5? It's going to be very difficult for Anderson, and therefore pretty difficult for Freddie Hewitt, because he probably knows that he's not really fighting the driver behind for proper overall position, but position on track is still just as important.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, like you say, they are in 2 different classes, so he doesn't need to worry too much right now, but Freddie won't want to lose time to him as this goes on. But I'm not sure in terms of fuel saving whether he'll be able to do enough, especially with the pace of the guys at the top of the order as well. I don't think he'll be able to do both and stay with them. So I think right now it's down to him just pushing as this race goes on, just to see what result he can get. He needs to now just accept the fact that he is in a bit of a different pit window to everyone else, and he needs to just try and adapt to that and make the most of it. It's not an easy situation to be in at all, but I think, to be fair, showing the pace and determination so far, Anders Ankerson is one of the guys to be able to do it.
Ankerson goes up the inside through Paddock Hill Bend against Hewitt there, and Hewitt, who's looking for that cutback through Druids, may well get it actually, and these 2 fighting will only increase the margin to Chabula, who, by the way, it was about 13 seconds, the gap between first and second place. It went down to about 9, but realistically, you feel like it's only ever going to increase as these 2 fight it out. Down Graham Hill Bren, Freddie Hewitt gets that position back off Ankerson, into Druids, but as they go through Surtees now, we could well see a change as they go down into Hawthorns along the lovely dip, and up back through as well. We got the MX-5s just ahead of them. I was trying to see who that was. It's the number 16 of Tom Griffiths and Adam Shepherd as Ankerson looks up the inside through Hawthorn, and they both give each other just enough racing respect and room as a flash of the lights from Freddie Hewitt probably means that he was hoping to work together. But the problem is, Chaz, when you're the driver in front, it's easy to say let's work together. As soon as you fall behind, you want to get back ahead, don't you?
Well, yeah, definitely. You want to try and get them back straight away. You know, don't let them sort of revel in the moment and think, oh, I've got this guy, I'm quicker than him, you know, I'm better than him, I've overtaken him. Lovely stuff there by Freddie Hewitt, very committed around Sterling's as they go around the outside of the number 16 MX-5. And look at that down the inside. Oh, it's the number 15 car there. That's Shepherd. He turned in. I'm not sure he thought that the TCRs were going to go down the inside there, but Adam Shepherd just about gets away with that. Really, really scary moment. Still manages to survive and carry on. He gets to fight another day. As right now, Anders Ankersen back into second place. Wonderful, wonderful driving from him so far. He's been properly on the move, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's only a small number of drivers who haven't come into the pits yet, to be honest, as well. I mean, Chris Young is one of those drivers. I'm just not sure. I can only guess he has been in the pit lane. It just hasn't come up, potentially, unless he's been really good at fuel saving, because everybody else has had to come in. A lot of the MX-5s as well, obviously, flying in for that extra pit stop. There's a little bit of an action up ahead. Yeah, again, we're going to have to focus on this battle for the second place, although we don't know if Ankersen is realistically in this fight when it comes to the 3-hour mark, due to the extra pit stop that you might have to take. But he's still putting on a show here tonight, and that's exactly what we like to see, isn't it? 50 minutes into the race, already still pushing each other as if it's the first lap.
Yeah, that's it. These cars, you know, they're built to battle. You don't have to hang back in these sorts of things. There's no lifting and coasting going on here. There's no messing about. It's just proper racing. Even in an endurance race, you know, cars like this, they're so reliable now, even in the real world. You know, in sim racing, we don't get random failures because, well, we get hardware failures and connection issues as well. So, you know, that's all simulated for us anyway. But in the sim, you know, you don't have to worry about reliability that much. But even when you see them in the real world, they are so reliable now that endurance racing has changed. It's not about helping the car get to the end. It's just rag the thing to death until the timer hits 0. And I kind of, part of me loves that, part of me hates that. You know, I kind of like the way that cars used to be unreliable and you never knew if a race was done until the last 10 seconds of it. I mean, even these days, you still see failures from it, but a lot of the time it means that we can have good racing all the time. People aren't messing about and lifting and coasting everywhere and just saving the engine, saving the car, save the gearbox. You know, you just go for it. And that's what we're seeing right now. You know, Anders Ankersen, second place, doing a great job. This is George Astill, and he is still in front of Schill as things go. Out of clearways they go. Down towards the start-finish line. Obviously, the VBTCR Championship banner on George Astill's T1 Turkey's car.
Of course, those guys are going to be very happy as well at the addition of 2 new TCR cars to iRacing. And then it won't just be a one-make series, as a lot of touring car racing has been before on iRacing. Down the inside goes Craig Schill. Lovely stuff into Druids. And he gets that position sealed. He is now 4th in class, 14th overall. George is still not quite able to compete with him at the moment, but he will try his utmost to stay with Craig at least and see if it helps his pace over the course of this run.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, isn't it? As soon as a quicker car gets past, it's about getting into their rhythm as much as it is yours and trying to learn where they're a little bit quicker, because realistically, no 2 drivers are the same, no 2 cars are set up the same. There's going to be elements of the track that you're just a touch quicker. Maybe it's rolling off the brakes as you go into a corner, but they're a little bit cleaner on the power on exit, or maybe they're sort of a bit easier on the lock midway through the corner, and it's trying to learn about that, and hunkered up behind the next person is really the best way of doing it. I remember I was in when we used to race Ginettas and stuff like that, and they would go on. We used to have driver coaches, my brother being one of them, and he would go on about data, and we'd have a look at the tyre traces, and we'd have a look at the brake traces and everything like that. As I'll go back to my story in a minute, because Sam Gunstone and Wandsworth are very close to each other through Paddock Hill Bend. Really good sort of racing respect between the two of them. Nice gapping through Druids as well, though probably a little bit too much from Wadsworth there. Not quite got the run that he was hoping for. And as we channel our way down towards Graham Hill Bend, they've sort of separated from each other just a touch. So good move there by Sam Gunstone. Set it up through Paddock, got it done by Druid. But like I was saying, Chaz, it's you look at the tyre traces, braking traces, you look at all the data you can. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to get out behind someone who's maybe half a second quicker than you, just to see what can happen, just to see where they're quicker, and just try and react to that.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to do what you're doing. You know, try and copy other drivers. Any development anywhere is good. You know, motorsport isn't I was going to say it's not an industry where you can get in trouble for copying someone's homework, but we all know about some of the Spygate stuff in F1 years ago.
Yeah, well.
Anyway.
I was going to say, controversial topic, that.
Yes, definitely. But when it comes to driving, you know, we've all got access to watch videos of drivers on laps, and people get access to onboard cameras and so on. It takes very little for a driver to be able to see what other drivers are doing, and it's a big difference to seeing what they're doing to applying it. I could watch a good mate of mine, Kevin Ellis Jr., do a million laps in the Porsche round somewhere, the older Porsche Cup car that he was racing in Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. I could watch him do a load of laps and go, oh, he's just braking there, and oh, he's just turning in there, and so on.
Easy.
But then, yeah, that's it. And then I go out and do it, and I'm 15 seconds a lap slower than Kev because I've had 2 spins. But that's just how it is sometimes. It's not easy to translate it, and I think that drivers don't worry too much about people seeing that. But either way, if you can take anything away from someone, maybe they're just going through a corner in a different gear, for example, and carrying a bit more momentum, or it helps them get better acceleration, or less gear changes down the straight, so more momentum in the long run. It's just about finding those minute differences. As hello there, number 50, that's Jordan Sirrett, has got a very damaged Matthews Logistics black car there. He's hit the curb at Surtees, overcorrected it, and biff, into the wall it goes. Rips the bumper off the front of it as well. He's going to need some serious logistics to get that thing back to the pits. But look at all this lot now fanning out. This is for the overall MX-5 lead here, Jack. These guys fighting in amongst not just TCR traffic, but MX-5 traffic as well.
Yeah, and Ben Sharp very nearly get collected by a driver who was coming out the pit lane. That would have been a very unfortunate way to sort of see this little battle off, but it's absolutely sensational. Jason Cooper here, he's sort of I wouldn't even say dispatched Ben Sharp, but they're sort of working together, and they have sort of worked together to catch up to Hawken, who's maybe been a little bit held up with a few drivers around and about. Thank you very much, Tony Hewitt, for the like on the stream as well. Brilliant to have you along. We're hitting some brilliant numbers here, guys, and realistically, it's the time to remind you as Ben Sharp gets very close to what I think is Ankerson in no, it's not Ankerson, is it? The number 55 TCR car. I'm not entirely sure who that is, actually. I can't quite see it, but
that's his teammate in the RD SimSport number 2 machine that I believe had an issue before. That's James Holman. He's down in 49th place, I think.
Ah, that'll be why I couldn't see
it.
him.
Oh, no, sorry. No, apologies. It's the 55 car, isn't it, you said?
Yeah, which is James Holman.
Oh, yeah. So it is. Yeah. I was looking at the number 11 for some reason. But that's his class position, not his car number.
Ah,
you'd think I knew this by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, how 3 years on iRacing commentary that you've been going on so far?
4 now, over 4.
You're getting old, Chaz, you are.
Oh, mate, don't.
I won't bring it up, don't worry. But yeah, brilliant viewership, to be honest, going on so far in the stream. And remember, we're all doing this for a brilliant cause. We're about to go on a break in about 5 minutes' time, just to try and sort out little issues that we're having, little gremlins that the sim is causing. Hopefully get my settings on iRacing up to speed to try and hold all 60 cars on track and on the timing tower as well. But another opportunity to remind you about what we're racing this for. It's the British Motorsport Marshalling Club. Of course, they do a fantastic job at recruiting people all year round. They'll be at the Auto Sports Show. They're at Kart Mania. Basically, anything you see with motorsport, you can pretty much guarantee that there is a marshal involved somehow. And this is your opportunity to give back. All of the drivers that have entered here today, they've had to pay £10, and pretty much all of it has gone towards the BMMC. So please do get involved and have a look at the GoFundMe comment that I've stuck in the YouTube and the Facebook, because anything you can give, £1, 50p, 50 quid, it doesn't really matter. Just think that's you doing your bit towards the British Marshall Club so far. Thank you very much, Mav Mark 2, who subscribed on YouTube, and Nikolai, who has liked as well on Facebook. Big thank you to you guys, and by all means, check out the GoFundMe. But Chaz, this MX-5 race that we're seeing right now is just, I wouldn't say it's in any danger of boiling over right now. They're taking their time with it, aren't they? But the consistency is off the chart.
Yeah, it really is. They're playing it very safe right now, but they're all sticking together. And this is something that the MX-5 is really good for. It's such a fantastic race car to learn in, whether you are on the sim or whether you get the chance to go racing in the real world as well. You know, it's a low-powered little rear-wheel drive car. Behaves like a low-powered GT car in a lot of ways. You know, you can light it up, you can use too much throttle on corner exit, but it's about managing momentum, carrying it in on the brakes. It really does teach you a lot about how to drive a car, and especially on iRacing as well, where they've got such a detailed model of this thing and such an accurate model of it as well. It can really help and even translate real-world skills from it as well. But these guys showing that it's not just a learning tool as well. It's a very potent little race car that does give us fantastic entertainment time after time. As mentioned before, I've been racing the car this year, and I absolutely love the thing. It's not the quickest in a straight line, yeah, but that's not what these cars are always about. It's just about the entertainment value you get, not just from driving it, but from watching it as well. I mean, here's another battle further down. Alex Williams right on the back of Hooper, but Hooper is, well, he's caught in his own time loop right now as he is starting to blink in and out again in the asymmetrical number 37 machine. That's the Team ZBR BPR. They've got our race leader right behind them on track now. They will not want to hold up Chabula one bit, but car off, and that is Fiona Siddons in the number 27 machine, the Vapors Mansfield car, who has gone off.
Now, is this contact?
Oh, wow.
I think that's with Stephen English.
Yeah, it was very, very last second from Stephen, to be fair. Well, not in terms of an overtaking manoeuvre, sorry. He went into the corner, but he went in way too hot. Fiona didn't expect him to run wide off the apex. Turns in, hits the left rear corner. Look, you can see he's gone down the inside. He's tried to brake that a little bit later, and that was just a bit of a miscommunication from the two of them. He went in too hot. Fiona turned in as if nothing had happened, and that was big, big contact into the final corner there. And just before he gets clearways, it's a very scary bit of the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, and he was driving a bit more Johnny English there, wasn't he, than Stephen English, unfortunately, going into that final corner. But we'll let it pass as Freddie Hewitt still leading on Ankerson at the moment in the top. Well, this is a race for the podium positions, really, in the overall sort of category. But Hewitt, for sure, winning the AM TCR class and doing a really strong job. I mean, the next AM TCR is Hardy, way down in 9th place. In fact, no, it's Schill. Way down in 9th place, and as we just have a quick look back, just seeing if there's any sort of big action going on. No, there isn't really. I'm not sure why there was a change on the timing tower. I think that's part of the glitch that we're hoping to get fixed over the next 2 minutes or so. Once we hit an hour, we will be going on a very quick break, Chaz, to try and sort out this little timing tower issue, won't we? Yeah,
just to sort of, I'll briefly explain it to everybody live on stream, because iRacing, of course, takes a lot of data, not just from your own PC when you're racing and feeds it out to everybody else, but of course you're getting everybody else's data as well, and it's incredible how well and how quickly iRacing translates this data. It's what makes us realize, or makes us see, how the cars are behaving, how they're bobbling around, the damage model, the grass, the way they're affecting the circuit, putting rubber down, the way they're affecting each other, the way that they simulate contact, hence sometimes netcode, because let's face it, it can't always be perfect. But to do that, obviously there's a lot of data going in and out, back and forth all of the time. And iRacing basically has a setting within your account that allows a maximum amount of data. Usually it's defaulted to about 512 kilobytes per second, which it does. But to do a massive field of cars like this, sometimes that gets a little bit bottlenecked. So if we're at one end of the circuit and there's 30 cars here, it will tell us about those 30 cars and pretend the other 30 over the other side don't exist, because that's too much data for it to pass on. So you can change it to 1 megabyte a second and more. As hello, that's definitely a megabyte of data there in the front right of that 28 MX-5. But they're having their own battle, these TCR guys fighting on through. But just to finish up, we just need to basically change that on Jack's PC within his account, just so it does translate that much data for us, so we can see all cars at all times, and then that means we don't lose them off the timing tower.
Yeah, and I have actually changed the setting, but unfortunately it needs a reboot of the sim, doesn't it? As you explained to me, Chaz, over Discord. So that's exactly what we're going to do in about a minute's time. But you can stick around. Please don't go anywhere. We will only be gone for a maximum of 5 minutes. All the action will still be going on. Trust you me, we're not going to miss any of the pit stops either. So keep an eye on your favourite drivers. Have a look who's leading and stuff like that, because we'll be back in a couple of minutes. But we're just going to let Seal and Cook see this one out as they go through Paddock Hill Bend and into Druid, because there's a potential overtaking opportunity. Although I think the traffic has meant that it's just got away from Cook as he's fighting on to hold on to Seal. But that was a very close little battle for him and the MX-5 there.
Yeah, that was Mark Voch that was just moving over to the right-hand side a little bit there. I think he was expecting to be clear of them a bit sooner than that. But as mentioned, we will go to a break in just a sec, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes' time, everyone. We'll just want to make sure that we've got everything set up and perfected for all of you people back home, so you don't miss out on any of the data.
See you in a sec. And we're back in the room. Chabula still leading the the TCRs. We're hoping that our little issue with the overlay has resolved itself with the little tweaks that we've been making. Fingers crossed, although it might not actually. These things still happen occasionally, don't it? So with some extra troubleshooting, they might not happen again, but we'll see. There's been a little bit of an incident between, in the MX-5s every so often, haven't there, Chaz?
Yeah, there's been a few cars making quite a bit of contact here and there. There's been a few of them going around. There was 3 cars off the road not long ago, one of which was the number 5 car, which is further down the order right now. And I think Roy Verke, Wadsworth was involved. Roy Verke was in it as well, the number 14 machine. Quite a few of them getting caught up in stuff. And it was all on the exit of Hawthorne as well, down towards Westfield. So it was all when they come off the exit of a corner, they all try and get one over on each other. But unfortunately, there was some big contact, massive damage to Roy Verke's car. And I think that car lost one of its front wheels, even that it went in that hard. Now, also, we have had the number... Now, I'm going to try and remember which one it was. It was number 7. Ryan Martin is at the wheel of the RAF eMotorsports 1 car right now. But that car a moment ago had a wheel missing as well on the front left. But Ryan has used one of the fast repairs and is back out on track, but albeit in 41st place, 20th in the MX-5 Pro class.
I think this may well be a replay that actually I wasn't in the session for, unfortunately. So I was actually trying to find out what happened. I was trying to click on one that Roger Morton went off track and Simon Wadsworth. So Roger Morton may have been involved in that mix-up as well, but we are back in the room, as we said, and we will be for the next hour or so. We will go for a very quick last drink and toilet break before we head into the final hour of the evening, but of course we don't have to worry about that anytime soon. Pit stops then I was going to bring on to Chaz, because realistically they can make or break a race, can't they? As we saw in Jeddah, even though it ended up being the same result as it was qualifying, but still it's going to be very interesting to see after an hour and a half. Now we've mixed up the pack quite substantially about how everybody's sort of separated themselves. If these 3 specifically can be separated by even further, because they've survived a pit stop and all 3 of them are still fighting for a race lead. Surviving another pit stop like that is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the pit stops add a lot to this race, because you never know where you're going to come back out on track. You don't always have a very current idea of who's around you and who should be around you and where you're going to be in terms of the traffic. Obviously, the TCRs and their race evolves in a very different speed to the MX-5. So you could come out in a bunch of TCR traffic. You could come out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. You never know. And the thing is as well, you've got to try and keep an eye on your rivals. I mean, if you're Jason Cooper right now, you've got to have eyes in the back of your head watching Ben Sharp, while also keeping an eye on what Brandon Hawkins doing as well. And that can all change in just a pit stop. You can have a pit stop that's a little bit longer than others. You could take a bit more fuel. I mean, you could also, take tyres when they don't, or vice versa. It throws an extra additive into all of this, and it means that drivers have something else to focus on as well. So it's not all just down to raw pace, which I quite like about endurance racing. There's more variables and there's more things to go wrong.
Have you done much endurance racing before? Because obviously you've covered it a lot as a commentator. Have you done much of it sort of on the sim, though?
I've actually done, I'm trying to think how many now. I've done a number of Daytona 24 hours. I've done the Bathurst 12 hour. I think I've done Daytona 4 times. I've done Bathurst once, and
Bathurst must be difficult, realistically. Because Daytona, it's quite wide. It's an oval for most of it, isn't it? It's a hard track, but it's manageable. Bathurst is one mistake and you're done.
Yeah, very much so. And to be honest, I can't remember any of the other ones that I've done. I think I've only done those. Daytona 24 hours 4 times. Once with last minute racing, as it was literally a last minute team we put together to do it. Once with Thrust Vector, and then with Beast Racing as well. I think it might only be the 3, unless I'm forgetting something. But anyway, the Bathurst 12 hour is actually probably the most enjoyable one I've done. It's a hell of a stressful lap every single time. But when you get in a rhythm there, you know that people aren't going to make stupid moves 90% of the time. They're just going to wait to the Conrad straight and then go past you there. So it gets a little bit repetitive, as you can imagine. as it does in any endurance race, but it gets repetitive in a way that's manageable. And because it's only 12 hours rather than 24, you lose half of the time and half of the stress, in my opinion. But it depends. Some people have a bad race out of it and they never want to do it ever again. As right now, this is getting very feisty because that's our race leader, Chabula, as into the pits comes Brandon Hawkin, MX-5 class leader. But there was, I think, was that Andy Maxwell in the optical car in the middle of all that? It was Andy Maxwell in the middle of that, who was not quite letting these boys go very easily. We've got Mav Mark 2 in the YouTube chat asking, how do I use fast repairs? This probably isn't the place to ask, to be fair, mate, but it should be ticked already when you go into the pits. It's in your black box in the bottom right. But coming back to Mr. Maxwell, he's not letting these boys go here, Jack. He's fighting them.
He's loving life, isn't he? He's come for a race, and he doesn't care who he'll race. He'll have a race. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, to be fair, there's something to be admired about it. But I don't think Jason Cooper's admiring too much about it right now, is he? Because Olvis going 3 wide down Duffer's Dip. Jason Cooper having to go round to the outside. And I think Ben Sharp would have had a good run if it wasn't for, again, Maxwell being in the way. And he could separate these 3 drivers, actually. Oh, Maxwell.
He's overstayed his welcome for me there.
Yeah, he absolutely has ran Hawthorns. I mean, they have got through, though.
Yeah, luckily they got through that. That could have been very messy indeed. If he would have tried to fight that too hard and run deep and taken one of them off, that would have been big uproar because these guys have been so brilliant so far in this race. I'd hate to see it ruined by that, but luckily Andy has been overtaken by these guys and has not managed to spoil that. But yeah, scary moment for a second there as they went through Hawthorn. But this battle for second has been great. But don't forget now that, of course, our race leader overall in the MX-5s was in the pits as Maxwell's just come in, but Cooper and Sharp have not.
No, they're staying out for an extra lap or so. I'm actually just trying to find where our leader is, actually. He's really dropped down and might get held up with a little bit of traffic, which would really play into the hands of the top 2. And I can't actually find our MX-5 leader. That's a little bit of a...
Yeah, I can't.
Is he swapped drivers?
Yes, it's James Sharp now. James Sharp's behind the wheel. That's why. Good spot.
Well, now I need to find James Sharp. But
fourth place.
Oh, no, that's Adam Shepherd. I think, unfortunately, due to my problems that we're having with iRacing, I'm finding it difficult to find them. But we're going to go shoot back to the front of the TCR grid just because it's a little touch easier and go for Freddie Hewitt because this battle is still heating up. But this time, it's with Rafael, who's in 3rd place. And I'm just going to keep saying Rafael because I don't want to butcher the second name, to be honest, Chaz.
Yeah, Draycott I'm going for. Rafael Draycott, and he is one of 2 Semper Racing cars in the top 3 right now, both in podium positions overall, and actually 1st and 2nd in the TCR Pro class. So fantastic performance so far by the Semper Racing orange guys. Orange cars, purple sectors. Freddie Hewitt is the man between them though, as we see him here, and he's done a fantastic job so far as well, actually leading the TCR AM class. Very enjoyable to watch so far is Freddie. He got through that earlier incident at Graham Hill Bend with incredible fashion, went around the outside of all of it and managed to sneak through on the inside on the exit. It was very interesting to see, but he's keeping his foot nailed at the moment. I love the livery as well, by the way. Not quite 100% sure. Oh, it's Reality Sim Sport, that's the name of the team. I was just going to say, I thought it was just called R Sim Sport, but it's Reality Sim Sport. I think that is because he's a driver in the real world. As you see there's a Honda Civic Type R EP3 on his picture at the bottom of the screen. I believe Freddie is one of the drivers that's raced in the very popular Civic Cup this year. I commentated on a few rounds there, and it's a hell of a championship. I mean, anyone that knows a Honda Civic Type R EP3 well enough will know that they make an incredible amount of noise with their wonderful K20 VTEC engines. Many an engine has been heard around Winsford, near where I live. But,
I wasn't going to say it.
But yeah, it's an incredible car. It's not quite an Audi RS3 LMS TCR car though, but still, it's a hell of a machine to race properly. So Freddie calling on all of his real-world racing experience at least, and using it to good effect at the moment, Jack.
Yeah, and it's nice to see his dad's in the Facebook chat as well. Tony Hewitt saying, well done, Freddie. I believe I've commentated on Freddie on this channel before, and I think it was with some next-gen guys, and I remember doing the PMR E-Series. That was my first ever gig back, 18 months ago nearly. Yeah, probably was about 18 months ago now. And I think Freddie Hewitt was part of that, part of my lobby as well. So really nice to see a lot of these drivers' faces again, to be honest. It is odd, isn't it? I mean, you mentioned before that, it's Chabula is in the pit lane, so that's an important stop for him. But it is quite nice, although in sim racing you can be hundreds of miles apart, as Ben Sharp has gotten past. No, that's James Sharp, sorry. Ben Sharp and James Sharp. I remember this always getting confusing when I commented on their BSR. Luke Cooper's pulled away. Sorry, Jason Cooper pulled away. There is a Luke Cooper as well. But Ben Sharp's absolutely throwing it around like he's not. Well, he's not paying for it, to be fair. It's a sim, but still, he's absolutely throwing it left, right, and centre, and it's not helping him at the moment.
No, it's really not. And to be fair, James Sharp, don't forget, that was the class-leading car previously. Ooh. So now they are down into third place as hello indeed, Ben Sharp goes off at Sterling. So now suddenly James Sharp finds himself back in second place. But they're very much both at the sharp end in this race so far, you could say, Jack. And they've been there since the very start.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one before in the 2 years of BSO action, but no, I do love a good pun, so it's okay. Oh, who's that going off in the background? Is that Duncan Cope?
Is Samuel Hooper.
Sam Hooper. Let's have a look what happened to Sam
Hooper's
Hooper.
Looped it. Oh, that's with. Oh, he bangs into the side of Jason Cooper. Just turns in on him, and that's a big old biff in the wall. Wing mirror tether brought to good effect, and the front left has collapsed on that. Hello, sponsors hoarding.
Yeah.
That's properly broken the front left, that.
Yeah, Hooper and Cooper had a pooper there, unfortunately, going into Graham Hill. Not ideal, is it? Right? Not Graham Hill either, damn it. Paddock Hill. Oh, no, I ruined it, damn it. But no, it's obviously not ideal when you're racing with a potential race leader like that. Going back to these two Sharps, though, I'm not going to bring any puns in. I was just actually going to mention how James Sharp and Ben Sharp, they both had two pits now. So that was actually pretty much track position, which means I think Jason Cooper is leading this race on merit. You mentioned before that James Sharp obviously has swapped positions, swapped drivers. I thought maybe these guys were going to have to pit again, but actually, no, this is a shake-up for the top end of the MX-5s.
It is indeed. I'm looking at the pit stop times as well. Jason Cooper's stop was 39.6 seconds. James Sharp's was 40.7. Ben Sharp's was 40.5. They all pitted 2 laps apart, actually. James Sharp on lap 46, the other two on lap 48. And their total pit lane time, actually, was nearly 2 seconds more for James Sharp and the SRC Movano Corsa guys. So clearly somewhere in the pits, they've just lost that little bit of time, being a bit more cautious coming into or out of the pits. So that's made the difference so far, really. And if I'm honest with you, that's all it can be to make or break a race. Now, speaking of making or breaking it, making it so far is James Neve, 26th overall, leading the MX-5 AM class by 5 positions on track as well. Shane Piggott's the next MX-5 AM, and he's 31st, Jack. So, good advantage so far for James.
Well, Shane Piggott was leading this AM class for a long time in the MX-5, and that's why I just decided to focus on Neve a little bit, because I don't think we've really given him enough credit. Well, we haven't given him any credit, because we haven't really focused on him in the last hour and 25 minutes. But just to give a shout out to James, he's done a brilliant job. I mean, it's a little bit difficult when we've got 4 different classes to maintain, and you're fighting all the way down for overall 25th position for a class victory. It can be a bit difficult to get some camera time on you, even though we have 3 hours here. But just big shout out to James. He's doing a sterling job. And as you mentioned, you got the likes of Piggott, but Piggott's actually dropped down to 35th now. So actually, I think it's Roger Morton or potentially Brown, who's 30th position and doesn't seem to be classified. So I'll tell you what, why don't you have a quick chat about the action that's going on between Piggott and Brown here while I try and get Brown actually in the system.
Yes, so right now we've got Roger Morton in the Fairfax plant hire car on our screen. Car 92 P38, Heineken machine just in front. Craig Brown of CB Racing. And now he's looking down the inside as they go into Westfield. Oh, Craig just turns into the apex even though there's a car there. Hits the back of Roger Morton. Gives him a bit of a kiss, but through he goes. And Roger now moves up into 37th position overall through Sheen Curve, taking a lot of curb, the pair of them. Now he's looking feisty right now, is Craig Brown, all over the back of him. The very shiny Heineken branded car. Race leader coming through as well, that is Chabula. Jaroslav Chabula for Semper Racing Orange. Goes very neatly past in a straight line. They both move over to the left to make sure that they cover the racing line as well as possible. Craig Brown just clips the grass a little bit, slides the rear end of the car. And all of it seems absolutely fine.
There we go.
Looks
Craig
like
Brown is an AM MX-5 driver. I can confirm that now.
Ah, there we go. Lovely, lovely stuff.
Shooting a little bit further forward, though, this is Charles Kellyman, a long-standing driver with the BSR, fighting against Shane Piggott, who, as we mentioned before, actually I thought dropped down to 35th position. I think maybe it was just our timing tower having a little bit more fun with us, as Shane is now trying to get past Kellyman. Again, these two drivers really know each other very well. Their names from way back in BSR. If anybody's been watching the BSR for at least the last 2 years, you'll know exactly all about these two drivers. And it is interesting, Chaz, because you see a lot of drivers improve when you stick with a championship for a long time, say a year or 18 months. And you see them go from amateurs to pro-ams to AMs. To pros even. And it's quite satisfying, really, isn't it, to see a driver improve and really start pushing for silverware, where once upon a time they were just happy to be on the grid.
Yeah, definitely, mate. You know, there's a number of drivers that you do see develop over sim racing because you can put more time into it. You know, you're not limited to how many race meetings you do. You're limited to how many hours your wife lets you on the sim. It's down to the fact that it is a tool. You can put as many laps in as you want. You don't have to pay for the fuel. You don't have to actually go to the circuit. You don't have to pay for the track time. You just do whatever. It's brilliant. And you do see drivers like that get better and better over time. Combine that with the fact that some championships, you know, they don't last the whole year. They only last every 12 weeks when the iRacing season's on. And then week 13, we have a week off, and then it all starts again. We used to have 4 seasons a year, the spring, summer, autumn, and winter series in the BSR MX-5 Championship, and we had over 100 races in a year. It was incredible fun. And you saw a lot of drivers come and go, and a lot of them get better. Some of them not much better, but there would still be improvement. And it just adds more and more to the story of when you get to commentate on things like this. And I know how rewarding it can be now to have covered drivers for years and see them continuously getting better and better. And it's very, very enjoyable to watch. We are 1 hour and 29 minutes of the way through this race, by the way. So very shortly, we're going to hit the halfway point, Jack.
We are indeed, but unfortunately, my timing system has just stopped working very momentarily, so I'm just going to have to close this bad boy down and reload it. But I see that on the YouTube chat there's a few people asking for some timing towers themselves so they can see throughout the entirety of the field, and I'm sure we'll be able to get that put in there. I'm sure you'll be able to take care of that, Chaz, because as I said, my timing system has frozen and I can't seem to close it.
That's very strange. Well, hopefully you get that sorted. James Sharp on our screens at the moment. And he has got the other Sharp behind him. And then, of course, Cooper. This for the lead of their class. It's been very, very intriguing racing from these guys at the front so far. And we hope that it does continue that way. I've certainly enjoyed covering it so far. As we go up towards Hawthorne and then Westfield once again. This right now for these guys. Oh, I was going to tell you what lap it was, but it's not displaying it at the moment, but I will find that out for you.
2 seconds.
So we know what lap they are on. Laps driven this is their 54th lap of the race, and 50 laps of Brands Hatch is quite a lot to race, to be honest. And these guys have done a great job at keeping it consistent across all of those laps as well.
They have indeed, yeah, and as you can see, the timing tower has just gone down, but what we might have to do is very quickly take the sim down and boot it back up again, so we may well go away for 1 more minute, unfortunately, but hopefully these guys don't do anything too dramatic whilst we're gone, so we're going to just go very quickly away, and we'll be back up as soon as we possibly can. And we're back as we see Carl Hardy flying off the road, but actually that's not the biggest bit of news that we unfortunately missed. Well, you can tell us, Chaz, because you saw it. Yeah, it's always a bit of a high-risk, high-rewards thing, isn't it, when a TCR tries to send it? I mean, realistically, how much time will a TCR car be actually gaining if they send it up the inside? They may lose, like, I don't know, half a second if they just are a little bit patient through a corner, but they could ruin someone's entire race, and they could ruin their own, couldn't they, as well? So it's sort of one of those things where maybe sometimes erring on the side of caution is the best thing to do. But we'll have to see whether actually... Oh, as we see a car on the outside there. So, as we mentioned before, James Sharp had been turned around, and we will be keeping an eye on his progress as we carry on through. I'm just trying to see who that car that was that just didn't turn around. I think it was Ollie Ricks.
In the XRL esports machine, he is on his way up to Druids, and is this another TCR down the inside? No, he's just going to clip the gravel a tiny bit.
That
was so close.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Daryl Denny, thank you very much for the subscription, but I'm sure you won't be supporting what's just happened there on circuit. Ben Sharp getting very much away with it, to be honest, and that could have been really nasty for, yet again, another race leader in the MX-5s. Could have been very nasty. He gets a little bit wide there, but he's gotten past Jason Cooper as well and pulled away, to be honest. So they're performing very well, is Ben Sharp. I was going to say they then, but actually he's privateering. He's on his own for BSR, Ben Sharp Racing.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a good job, though. Ben is always quick, to be fair. He's got the number 5 machine of Wadsworth in front of him. Simon Wadsworth gained 16 places in this race. 26th overall at the moment. This is Freddie Hewitt in 3rd position, doing his utmost best to hold on to that TCR AM lead at the moment, and he's doing a mighty good job of that as well. But it's the two Semper Racing cars that are at the front. There's one right in front of him there, which is Rafal Drajaj, and he's trying to negotiate all of these pesky little MX-5s. It's like trying to swap flies around you when you're in the big beefy TCR cars. And look at that through the middle as well there from Freddie Hewitt. That's fantastic commitment, and that's exactly what you get to see when you have real racers out on track with our sim racers as well. Not saying that they're always better than the sim racers, but that extra commitment is just what you can sometimes expect, isn't it, Jack? I mean, you know what you real racers are like. You're all yobbos, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just pests on society, the majority of us. That's why I don't do it anymore, Chaz. I transferred myself into society and into the better world.
Absolute bandits, the lot of you. But Freddie Hewitt, 3rd place. I'm joking, boys. Freddie Hewitt, 3rd place, doing brilliantly. I mean, the 2nd placed AM TCR car is Carl Hardy, who we saw with massive damage earlier, in 10th place overall. So he's got a lot of positions between himself and Carl. And to be honest, a very big buffer. A buffer that's made up of 6 pro TCR cars right now. This is one of them. Ben Denyer in the Ignium Motorsport Blaze machine. We've got Ignium Motorsport Purple, and Ignium Motorsport Blaze with Ben Denyer at the wheel. Sorry, it's Ignium Motorsport Spark, which is Neil Stevenson. Is down the inside. Wow, big send by Scott Malcolm. No livery on that car for me.
Bigger hair.
Think it's well, amazing hair for Scott Malcolm. That must have grown quickly, Scott. Flipping heck. But not sure if that was whether they had the team livery uploaded or not. But either way, I've just got a red and green car, which is not like the Result Clothing team, because Result Clothing, they've normally got some very bright, wonderful colour schemes. Scott has been racing alongside the Result Clothing guys for a long time, and now joins them. Here comes Ben Denyer, though. Does he go? No, he doesn't. He just has a quick look down the inside just to sort of fill Scott's mirrors a little bit. Great battle between the pair of them, though. The closest 2 cars on track right now as well, these guys. So a very important battle to keep our eyes on. Love the spec map on the Ignium car as well, with the very shiny red down the side of it, the chrome effect, and then of course some of the matte black and the gloss as well. Now we've got traffic in front. That's the number 300 car of Sam Gunstone. Sleek Vigilant Puma is the name, and it certainly looks like it in that matte black. It's down the inside. Oh, I thought Ben was just going to line it up there. He seemed to brake a bit early and look in, but I would have thought it'd be a bit late, so luckily no such incident or anything like that.
No, that was the thing we were keeping an eye on, really, wasn't it? And I mean, I don't want to keep banging on about it and mentioning it, but I do apologise for any of the technical hiccups that we're having this evening. It's sometimes these things happen. Troubleshooting on the fly is a little bit difficult, and sometimes the only thing to do is to shut things down, turn it off, and turn it back on again. So I do apologise to anybody out there who was hoping to obviously watch this and maybe keeps getting a little bit turned off by the fact that we have to go on the Be Right Back screen. But we'll always try and get back as soon as we can to enjoy this fantastic racing, because really, an hour and 40 minutes in, Chaz, the one thing I am quite impressed with, which I was slightly fearful of, is the fact that we haven't had any majorly massive incidents. We've had incidents, that's pretty much inevitable in motorsport, especially sim racing, but we didn't have that massive pilot that's ended 4 different drivers' races or anything like that, have we? Which is quite nice, really, because Brands Hatch is a tricky circuit. We have a lot of drivers, we have a lot of cars, and maybe some drivers that aren't used to this sort of endurance-style event.
No, definitely not. I mean, sometimes, you know, there is a lot of pressure on these sorts of events, and drivers do feel sort of inclined to prove a point and really go for it. But I think here everyone's sort of shown some decent okay, maybe not.
Well,
so
yeah.
I was going to say some restraint there, but I think Michael Seal just entered Paddock Hill Bend with his eyes closed. Either that or he was expecting Wadsworth to completely stop, but he's knocked his wing mirror off there, and that's a very sad-looking wing mirror on the outside of the Technitive Wadsport machine. But this is the thing, really. A lot of these drivers, you know, they expect a lot of room when they're not always going to get it, and I think that's become not just something in sim racing, but in motorsport in general. You know, you see a lot of it. I'm not going to get into the F1 too much because I can't stand the arguments, but it's just so toxic, isn't it? But it's, you know, a lot of these drivers, they will just run each other out of room because if they've got half an inch in front, they are then apparently entitled to that corner, and it sets a bit of a bad precedent sometimes, I think. And you do see a lot of it in sim racing where drivers are really respectful and give loads of room, and it's mega to see. But sometimes you just have the odd moment where you do wonder why somebody has tried to make a corner when there's already a car there. But we move. And Michael Seal and, to be fair, Wadsworth both survived that, so it's okay. So shut up, Chaz.
Well, to be fair, I think as well, just to come to some drivers, because I'm obviously not a very good racer on the sim, hence why I'm a commentator, obviously, because that's the same with all commentators, isn't it, Chaz? Exactly that.
Yes.
No, but what I was going to say is sometimes equipment, although a lot of people say, oh, real motorsport, obviously there's bigger differences in equipment. You're absolutely right, there is bigger differences in equipment in motorsport and obviously cost and everything like that. But in if we're talking about equipment in sim racing, there can be quite big differences as well. The cost isn't quite as big, but you are trying to do it at more of a budget. So if you have a singular monitor, let's say a 27-inch or 24-inch monitor, you're not going to get the same point of view. You're not going to get the same width or anything like that on say a 49-inch curve or a 3-screen setup, or even if you're really rocking it, a VR setup as well. So sometimes those kind of mistakes can just come because of a lack of perspective. I know, for instance, that whenever I'm racing, I have a nice big 32-inch monitor. It's a lovely gaming thing. It's good for broadcasting, good for gaming and everything else. But it just doesn't offer the same perspective as, say, a smaller monitor, but there's 3 of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I run on 3 22-inch monitors, which are really quite small, and they have massive bezels on them. So there are a lot of blind spots, really, for me. But just the added perspective of knowing where the drivers are around you, you can see a car on your inside. Even if it's just a few pixels, you know they're there when you're in a corner. And obviously, drivers run with spotters on as well. Anyone that hasn't used iRacing before, you do get a spotter, which is something that usually you get in oval racing in NASCAR, where you spend most of the race side by side. And they tell you if there's a car left, car right, if you're 3 wide, if they're 1 length back, 2 lengths back, whatever. And there's third-party and aftermarket spotters that you can get hold of. Pretty much most drivers run them, and it does help because when you are on a single monitor, you know if there's a car next to you. People wait for the call of whether it's clear or not, whether they can move back over. But on the flip side, I'm afraid, Jack, we have to both say that there are a lot of drivers that don't, to be fair, and I think they should.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you don't want to tell everybody how to do things, but maybe they should. You're probably right.
I'm just a terrible person, and I always do. So sorry, everyone.
Well, we'll just leave you to it. Then we'll just let you keep ranting. No, actually, I was gonna ask your opinion on the F1 Chaz, because you very rarely, as we've figured out on this stream, you very rarely shy away from giving your opinion. So I'm just gonna very quickly. Very quickly ask what your opinion, and I'd love to get a little bit of interaction in the YouTube comments as well, see what everybody's opinion is, because it could basically spark off a 3-hour debate here. But I'm going to talk about the Verstappen letting Hamilton pass by sort of brake checking him, basically. Do you think there was enough room for Hamilton to react?
Well, yes, but everyone keeps saying to me, why didn't Hamilton overtake him? And it's because Hamilton was actually playing it really clever. I've seen people say Hamilton's got no reactions, Hamilton's got no judgment. I thought it was brilliant reactions and judgment because he didn't want to go through, because it'd give Verstappen DRS onto the next straight. Why would he want to give him that when he's just going to go straight past again? So he tried to stay behind him.
Which is what happens 2 laps later.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel that the 3 phases of it were Verstappen slowed down to let him through. Hamilton thought, I don't want to go past him, I want DRS. And then Verstappen in a strop thought, I really need to slow down. And he was in the middle of the road. I don't think he realised he was in the middle of the road, because he was checking his mirrors. And then he's just dabbed the brakes. And those cars brake so well that Hamilton would have never expected his rival to brake like that in that part of the circuit. But, yeah, in the overall grand scheme of things, I want to add this as well. Otherwise, I'm going to get shot from outside my house. Or, like, there's going to be people with pitchforks and torches at me door.
Well, you are in crew.
But, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But to be honest, as they've both been bad at points this year, I just feel Verstappen has been more bad. Not bad, but naughty.
I tend to agree with you. I think it was fair. The stewards, I mean, it didn't make any impact on the race whatsoever, the 10-second penalty that the stewards enclosed at the end, but it showed that they were looking at it.
Yeah, and, you know, while it didn't make an impact on the race, the penalties aren't designed to make an impact on the race. Like, it doesn't have to give away a position. It doesn't have to do this. It just has to affect that person's time, essentially. You know, so he was given a 10-second penalty, but he was 10 seconds ahead of anyone behind him, so fair play. Anyway, there's some Audis bashing into each other here.
Yes, let's focus on what's in front of us.
Rafał Draycott, who is currently trying to hold off Freddie Hewitt, who still leads the AM class, and is doing a fantastic job here. He's at least giving Rafał someone to race. He has gained 6 places himself as Rafał from 8th on the grid to make it a Semper Racing 1-2 currently. And that Audi, to be fair, I must admit, I think it looks quite good in orange.
Yeah, it does. It looks great because it reminds me of Tony the Tiger. I was actually forgot that, but yeah, it does look really very good, doesn't it? And you're right, Chabula is rocking the same livery, and I have to say, with 19 seconds the good of Rafał, he's making this look easy somewhat, isn't he? I haven't seen Chabula on the grid before for BSR. I mean, he could be a more recent addition that I haven't been able to cover with ASR, but yeah, I haven't seen him before. It would be great to see them sort of on the track more often as we see some more TCR cars, specifically Rafał and Freddie Hewitt going through, as well as I think that was the leader, Ben Sharp of the MX-5s. Oh, was that Jason Cooper actually of the MX-5s?
Ben Sharp.
It was Ben Sharp. No, it was Ben Sharp, wasn't he? You're absolutely right. So these sort of little groups quite close to each other at the moment.
I think we had 2 cars off the road there for a second. I'm not quite sure which ones it was because 2 of them have just blinked in and out a little bit, but we carry on watching this. You need to give a little bit more room than that. Down the inside though, Freddie Hewitt sticks his nose in. Rafał Draycott says no thank you. Tried to squeeze him. I don't know why he's flashing his lights. He didn't leave the car's width down the inside. You don't always have to, but his intentions were very clear. But Rafał right now obviously not very happy at all, but Freddie was more than entitled to put his nose down the inside there. Maybe it's more about him running him out of room on the exit, because I don't think anyone would be happy with that. But let's face it, front-wheel drive, you are going to understeer wide if you are trying to push the limits a bit. Rafał seems to have given up flashing the lights for now, which I think is probably a welcome relief to Freddie Hewitt. But he certainly tried very hard indeed, did Freddie, to get that down the inside there. And I thought it was quite a good job, to be fair, but the gap did disappear very, very quickly. Oh, there's no gap there either. Oh, that was the 51 machine trying to get in the way. Freddie's having a nightmare. Rafal goes round the outside. And Trashaj is going to get this done, as he surely... Machine curve, though. Can he hold it around the outside? Freddie's on the inside. Lovely stuff. Rafal tries to get a cutback. Doesn't work there. But now they've got quite a bit of clear road in front of them before they get to any more traffic. So plenty of time to push and plenty of time to fight. Are we going to get episode 2 down the start-finish straight now? I think Rafal's still flashing those lights, though, as they come from under the bridge through clearways one more time. Nearly 2 hours through this race. 1 hour, 49 minutes and 15 seconds now. I don't think there's going to be enough slipstream in the world, but I feel like Rafal might chuck this down the inside in pure protest. No, he doesn't. He's keeping his head on for now. He may have been flashing lights a lot, but this is the thing, isn't it, Jack? He's keeping his head on, and he's just trying to chase him fair and square now.
Yeah, flashing the lights, it's a lot of people say it's bad sportsmanship trying to put the driver off, but to be honest, cars have lights, so you might as well use them. I think a lot of drivers everywhere in the world will use it in real life, and at the end of the day, someone saying, oh, it's not very good sportsmanship, won't stop them trying to gain an advantage where one is to be gained, shall we say. Big shout out to Mark Blundell, looks like, is in the HP trade price cars that was flying behind. I wanted to mention it before, but to be honest, I don't actually know what number it was. I really wanted to focus on him. It's obviously not Mark Blundell, but it just looks like it, doesn't it? And to be honest, I quite like the look of it. It's a very clean car. It's very simple. It was back when, I think it was last season or the season before, where pretty much every touring car was white. But yeah, it still looks cool.
It does indeed. I think it might be Adam Fox or Duncan Cope. I think it's one of those two.
Oh, I just tried to pick on Adam Fox. It's not Adam Fox.
It's definitely not Adam Fox. It could be Duncan Cope.
If I find Duncan Cope. Hey! Duncan Cope rocking the trade price cars.
Yeah, he is indeed. The 888 machine. He's currently 7th in the AM class. Unfortunately, that is bottom of that class. But he's 44 seconds off Nick Kent, who is the car in front. But he's still going. That's the thing. He's still on circuit, he's still circulating, and he's still doing what he needs to do at the moment. He's managed to cope with the pressure of other drivers around him so far as Duncan. He may not be the fastest man out there, but I'm sure he's enjoying himself. And at the end of the day, he's part of this great event, which is all for a great cause. To remind you, that cause is the British Motorsport Marshals Club, for which we are trying to raise some money for charity this evening. The guys have done a great job of organising this event, and the drivers continue to entertain us throughout. Jason Cooper here, 2nd in the MX-5s overall, 2nd in the Pro MX-5 class, but it's Ben Sharp just in front of him, the BSR Ben Sharp racing machine, just about holding on so far. But these guys have been glued together for the whole thing so far, and I've just started to notice even more of a glow in the sky here, Jack. It's starting to get to golden hour.
It absolutely is, yeah. The sun has somewhat set. There are no shadows underneath the cars. Well, there are still underneath the cars, but there's no extending shadows to the side of them, meaning that we pretty much are in the twilight zone, and there's still about an hour to go, which is going to surprise a few of these drivers, I think, because racing in the dark after racing for 2 hours is a whole different kettle of fish. You mentioned you've done quite a lot of endurance racing, Chaz, especially around Bathurst, I imagine, which is probably a bit more similar to this than Daytona. Racing in the dark is, as I mentioned, a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, it is, very much so, especially in the dark as well. It's not an easy environment to be in, to be honest, is Bathurst, when the walls are very, very close. But it's entertaining, at least. It's very entertaining, but yeah, when the lights do go out, you do feel this added pressure. You do feel like you need to just sort of hang back a little bit, just take it that tiny, tiny bit easier, and just focus on every single little thing you can see, because the visibility is reduced a lot. You would think that in the sim it wouldn't make that much difference, but honestly it does, because at the end of the day it's not a natural darkness and natural light. It's all still being simulated through a screen, which still makes it even harder to see. You do get a lot of people that turn their gamma up quite a lot, and they have the sim very bright, so the black is even just a grey, so you can still see, but sometimes that doesn't always help because it hurts your eyes throughout the night and so on. But it is a completely different kettle of fish, as you say, mate. We've got 3 cars here on the lead lap in TCR, which just shows you how quick these guys have been so far. Actually, no. Apologies, they're not. It just seemed to be on the left. We've actually got 10 cars on the lead lap. Craig Schill is the highest placed TCR car that has been lapped so far. It's like an old school F1 race where about 3 cars are going to finish on the lead lap. Everyone looks back at F1. I must admit, I've even started an iRacing series called Formula One, which is focusing on replicating the 1997 Formula One World Championship with the Pro Mazda. But aside from that, we look back on Formula One with rose-tinted glasses. It was just the cars that were cooler back then than what they are now, because you used to have races where, say, Damon Hill would win the race. He'd be 52 seconds ahead of Schumacher. He'd be a lap ahead of third place. And then everyone would be spread out by a lap each after that, and only 7 cars had finished because the engines had blew up because they were made of cracker bread. So, to be honest, looking at F1 now, where we get the whole field separated by less than a minute, we're actually treated to some pretty epic racing, to be honest with you. It's just that, let's face it, we're never going to go back to cars as cool as the V10 era.
I was going to say, it's the sound of the cars, though, isn't it? I mean, that's
100%.
It's the atmosphere that sound creates as well. You're absolutely right. I mean, I wasn't really into F1 until about 2005 or 6 sort of thing. And but my dad was always into it sort of thing, and he always sort of looks back, and obviously with those rose-tinted glasses, you know, wants to replicate the likes of, you know, the Schumacher days and everything like that. But to be honest, the Schumacher days have pretty much been replicated by Hamilton and Vettel, and Vettel in the early 2010s, and all anybody does is complain about them. Like, so, saying, oh, it's too easy, blah, blah, blah. So, realistically, I think we need to always get a little bit of perspective. I think, obviously, the season that we're having in F1 right now is an anomaly, and one that we're all very much enjoying, apart from the toxicity that you mentioned earlier on. But this sort of thing just doesn't happen in F1. There's a reason why the likes of the touring cars, British touring cars and WTCR and TCR in general, is just extremely popular in its own right as well, because at the end of the day, the racing is better.
Yeah, it is. I definitely agree that, you know, touring cars and GT racing, I just feel because you can make contact, it's just that little bit more entertaining because they can get closer together. They can have little barges and bumps here and there, but at the same time, you know, the formula racing is just as good, but that's because of the precision of it. They have to be so precise, and they have to be so careful not to make contact with each other. And I think that there is a bit of a balance. That depends what you're all into, I suppose, isn't it?
It does, and if you've got a relation in a touring car race, then all of a sudden it gets an awful lot worse because you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to be knocked off. But yeah, it's always a little bit difficult. But equally, there's a massive group of, say, touring car fans that would argue that Formula One is awful, and all they'll watch is the touring car sort of thing. So there are little cults here and there for every single type of racing, but at the end of the day, I think even the elite supporters can understand a fantastic sort of drive when they see it, whether it be in rallying, whether it be in NASCAR, whether it be in Formula One. They all have their own techniques, but it's, you know, when you see a driver on the limit at the top of the game in any sort of class of motorsport, it's always an extremely impressive drive.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's always fun to watch because the body language of the car, what you're doing is you're witnessing a machine being pushed to its absolute limit in a way that you yourself might not be able to do. You're watching somebody else get it so close to the edge and seeing it dance around. It's exciting because you don't often get to see machines like that being put to their limits. So as fans of just cars in general, you can appreciate it, even if you're not just a fan of motorsport. Watching somebody drive a car quickly is exciting because you're seeing someone extract everything they can out of something. These guys are doing that right now as well, to be fair, and it is exciting. These cars just look like they're floating through every single corner. Sharp and Cooper still stuck together after nearly 2 hours of racing, nearly 2/3 of the way through this fantastic race. And the light is definitely fading right now for these guys, and the headlights will all come on simultaneously very, very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, one driver I wanted to mention as well is obviously James Sharp, who's just jumped into the pit lane. And I'm not sure, I think, is that his... You'd be able to tell me, Chaz. Is that his 3rd pit stop now? I think that is technically scheduled because they came in about the 35 to 45 minute mark. Then they came in about the 1 hour 15 to 1 hour 25. And now they're in around the 2 hour mark, aren't they? So that is pretty much scheduled. So James Sharp, though, I was just about to mention, he was 3 seconds down from these guys here. And considering when we came back from a quick break earlier on, he'd been turned around by a TCR car and was probably about 8 to 10 seconds down. That's fairly impressive driving, realistically.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you've got to, like I said, you've got to bounce back from these things. You've got to make up for anything that's happened, anything that's gone wrong in your race. And that's exactly what he's done there. They've turned it around and they've tried to catch back up to these guys. And they have got pretty close, to be fair. But if I'm honest with you, it's not an easy thing to do when the pace of these guys is so high. We have, of course, RAF eMotorsports in the chat asking for an update on their cars. We have Darren Berris in the RAF eMotorsport 2 car at the moment, 9th in the MX-5 Pro class. There he is, 26th overall in the race. And Ryan Martin in the number 7 car, RAF eMotorsports 1, currently 14th in class, 33rd overall. And that car was involved in a big incident before, quite a lot of damage on the front right of it, if I remember correctly. Actually, no, it was the front left, apologies. But fast repair working its wonders, and the car back out there now. You can see just the rubber sort of glowing on the surface right now, the shine as the sun sets in the background of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And we're nearly at the 2-hour mark right now. Jack and I will take a break very shortly, just for a few minutes. One final wee break and final drink. And not that we don't have a drink with us at all times, of course, just to get a bit of a refill, get a new cider. I mean, non-alcoholic drink. But
it's not been that
bad. Oh no, I've not been forced to the drink, don't you worry. But it's now getting to the point where the drivers are going to have to start thinking about their final pit stops here, Jack, because we're not too far away from that last window, I'd say.
No, we're not, and you're absolutely right. It's about the tactics. It's about how much fuel do you have left, because realistically, if you fuel saved efficiently enough, then you could always get a really quick pit stop, maybe even shave a second or two off your time. A second or two could jump you up a position or two at the end of the day, and realistically, going into the final hour, you want track position. As is that the number 50 car that's going wide there? Jordan Sirrett, I believe it is. Cyrus even, potentially, as Matthew Logistics Black. I think we saw a big off for them before as well, Chaz, and obviously recovering now, as I believe Freddie Hewitt and Rafael even, are waging battle once again, but I'm not actually sure who that is next to Rafael. Is it, I'm not actually sure, it's the number 9 in class, which is James Holman, I believe. No, it's not. James Holman is taking stage exit left through Surtees.
Yeah,
not
he's
Surtees.
having a bit of... it wasn't left either. It was...
No, it wasn't. He was stage exit left through a right-hand corner, so I was halfway there.
Oh, I think you might... you've got a different camera to me. That'll be why. I had a camera down at Stirling, so he came into shot from the left.
Right. Apologies.
Anyway, that doesn't matter. Yeah, there's been a few cars, to be fair, that have all sort of floated around certain parts of the order and then dropped a few positions seemingly out of nowhere. I think, to be fair, a lot of it happening in the long run, so it's not all happened at once. It's just cars maybe a little bit slower than certain drivers that have got in other cars to overtake them. There come the lights, on they all go, and we are now officially into the twilight. 2 hours, 1 minute and 47 seconds through.
Yeah, but I think it's probably a decent time if we go to a very quick break, because once the dusk properly settles, we want to be having a look at what's been cracking as we see Jacob Money and Adam Fox. But Chaz, I tell you what, we're going to go to a little bit of a different shot for the moment. I just want to make sure that it's set up correctly. So why don't you just chat to us about what's going on screen, just while I make sure this is set up so the ladies and gentlemen can still carry on seeing the action at home whilst we go and get a quick drink.
Well, Jacob Money's doing a fantastic job of filling the mirrors of Adam Fox, and, well, they say you like a deer in the headlights. He's got a fox in the headlights right now, and he's gone down the inside of him at Stirling's. I'm not sure he's got the job done, to be honest. Oh, he has, actually. Foxy says, no, I don't want any part of that, to be honest. I'm just going to let you take that. We're in different classes. Jacob Money in the Pro TCR class and Fox in the AM TCR class. Strike Z has asked if we've got any updates on the sequential or evicted drivers. Hopefully none of them evicted from the race, although Harley Moss and Chance Manning are both out of the race, actually. They are 52nd and 53rd classified at the moment, but they are no longer going. Chance Manning just didn't complete 10 laps. Harley Moss completed 27 laps. And I'm just going to have a look for any of the evicted team. We've got another sequential car. Thor Tullo is actually in 19th place in class, 39th overall. In terms of evicted, I do not see any of their drivers in there, I'm afraid. So 2 of them out of the race. One of them currently running, as we see on screen now, 19th in class, 38th overall. 18th in class, 38th overall. Just past Mark Starling, who's in the pits.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, we're going to focus on our first place man, Chabula, who we haven't really seen at all over the past hours. So, whilst we want a very quick break, why don't you guys have a quick watch of him? Actually, as I say that, Rob Sutherland and Ben Denyer are actually going to steal the show. So you guys can have a look at this while we go for a quick break. And we are back, and hopefully you saw a little bit of exciting action from a few of the other drivers that we haven't really featured that much so far today, but obviously they all have their own special battles that have been going on, and Chaz, we've been keeping an eye on it somewhat, haven't we? Chabula, though, just seems to be absolutely dominant. He's about 51 seconds ahead of the next driver. In fact, no, he isn't. Apologies. He's about 23 seconds ahead of the next driver.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, mate. He's doing an amazing job of it. Really, really good job so far. Very, very intriguing to just watch how easily he cuts through this traffic. It's quite incredible, to be honest. And it doesn't look like he shows any sign of stopping that either. He just always has the right attitude and the right amount of patience to cut through all of these cars. And I'm quite intrigued to see if anything can possibly stop him doing that. But honestly, as I've mentioned there, I really don't think anything will right now.
No, we've had a few drivers also venture into the pit lane. Pretty much everybody's done their last pit stop, essentially. And one driver I'm quite interested in seeing the progression of is Anderson, but I can't quite find him on my timing tower. Can you see Anderson, who obviously did so well at the beginning of this race and then ended up having to come in for a pit stop? And I was just curious to see how his progress had been. Don't know if you can see him, Chaz. Has he swapped out? Has he swapped out? That's the question.
I think he has with Rob Sutherland.
Rob Sutherland,
I think it's
right.
him and Rob that have changed because it's the RD Simsport car.
Currently
Pretty sure. Yeah, I think that maybe with the fact they were out of sync earlier. Let's have a look at pit stop times actually. 31.1 seconds. Yeah, it was 6 seconds slower, but it would have cost more. It would have taken more than that to drop them that far down. Actually, that's really, really interesting because none of the other RD cars. James Holman's in the RD Simsport 2 machine. Now he was always the teammate of Mr. Anders Ankerson. Yeah, it must be Rob Sutherland because he's the only one in an RD Simsport car that didn't start the race.
Well,
yes, he is. I can confirm it. RD Simsport in the entry list do have Anders Ankerson as one of 2 drivers. Rob Sutherland is the other one. So yeah, it's that car. So they clearly out of sync somewhere have had some sort of issue, and I'm afraid it's dropped them a bit further down.
Yeah, well, obviously they had that issue, which meant that they had to pit within the first 10 laps or so. I think about 20 minutes in. Whereas
it was lap 16 or something like that.
Yeah,
it's lap 13 they pitted.
Which is a lot further. A lot before everybody else, wasn't it? I'm not sure what time everybody else pitted, but I think it was about like 30 or 40.
Yeah, a lot of the others did. I think they pitted on lap 13. Everyone else did 26 laps.
There we go.
In their first one, because some of them now have done 3 stops and were 80 laps in. So it's usually around the sort of 20 lap mark. We've got Shane Piggott here with Ace of Spades as his team name. Just being overtaken, or lapped, I should say, by Rob Sutherland in that number 31 RD Simsport machine. Shane second in the MX-5 AM class at the moment. And he's been doing very, very well, but not able to hold on to his lead, which we did see him have earlier on. Here's James Neve leading said class. And he's, to be fair, while he's been in a few scary little moments here and there, James, with cars overtaking him and traffic and so on, he's actually managed to keep it really clean, hasn't he, at the front of this field? He
has done, and as I said, the bumpers, the car looks spick and span, and I don't think he's really had to use any kind of fast repair, so fair play to him. James Sharp is just coming out of the pit lane. Is that a damaged front end, or is that just the light playing tricks on me? I'm not entirely sure.
No, that is a damaged front end on Sharp's car, so I'm not quite sure what's caused that. Let me see if I can. Now he did go off track for 5 seconds earlier. Oh, it's already broken at this point. He'd been off for 6 seconds previously to that as well. So there has definitely been some sort of problem for James.
Oh, I can't connect to it. He seems to maybe have lagged.
Oh, he's gone round at Surtees into the wall and headbutted it, and the bumper is hanging off, and then he's had to crawl it back to the pits. So worst situation possible for the Movano Corsa machine. So that now means that this is a 2-way fight, I'd say, to the end of this race between Ben Sharp and Jason Cooper. who are both soloing this event as well. So hats off to them for doing that, because that takes not only some guts, but some determination to keep it single-handed all the way through the race.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's there was about 3 seconds gap between Cooper and obviously James Sharp earlier on, just before we saw Sharp have that problem. But I was going to say it's big for the championship, to be honest. I keep making that mistake, Chaz. It's difficult, really, when you actually do so many championships and you do a one-off event, especially with BSR, with names that you recognise so fondly. But yeah, it's big news in terms of this race. I mean, obviously, it's only a bit of fun and everything like that, but once you've driven for 2 hours and 15 minutes, you're kind of invested, aren't you? You kind of want it to work out how you planned. And when it ends like that, it's a bit of a kick in the teeth.
Oh yeah, massive kick in the teeth when something like that happens, because it's not always your own fault either. It didn't look like there was any other cars involved, but you never know really from an outside perspective what could have caused it, whether it was a hardware issue. Like you say, he didn't seem to be present in the sim when that car was in the wall, so sometimes when drivers do have hardware problems, it can be related to something with the CPU, obviously the core processor of their PC, which can then not communicate any information to iRacing, and of course then no communication to the server, and then to other drivers and spectators such as us.
Yeah, which obviously isn't very handy for us or the other racers or the driver in question, is it? So yeah, it can be very difficult. And I mean, you've done a fair share of racing with people with those connection issues. It's a bit of a nightmare to be the one chasing them down, isn't it? Because realistically, you go for a move, you have no idea whether the gap's there or whether it's just a fake gap that all of a sudden the car is going to TARDIS in front of.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'd say that a lot of the time when you're being chased by a car that's blinking, you could think, yeah, it's a little bit scary. But when you are the one doing the chasing of a car that's blinking, then I'd say that's even worse, because you have to try and react to where their car is. You're the car behind. You're the one that reacts to what the car in front of you is doing. And to be honest, when you have that responsibility with a car that isn't predictable, that's disappearing every so often, it's not a nice place to be at all. And, you know, there are drivers out there that they hold their hands up and say, look, if I'm blinking, fair enough, I will, I'll back out of the race, I won't race, and so on, because it can ruin other people's races. And it's so often that you do see drivers that carry on doing it, and they don't care. Oh, there's a car around at the top. That's the number 44 machine that has gone backwards. That's Stephen English. Again, more Johnny English than Stephen. Stephen, of course, is one of the Williams Esports staff, as he has in his team name. Stephen contacted me a while ago, actually. I've not spoken to him for quite a long time. I think he might have been tagged by Mr. Schill, or I don't think he knew that Craig was there. There was one tap and then another, and he was very lucky not to get collected by the other Audi behind and any other cars going through, actually. Fair play. That could have been a lot worse than it originally looked for Stephen.
Freddie Hewitt seems to be somewhat on his own now. He's been dropped, hasn't he, by Raffle, who's now on the on the pitch straight, shall we say. So all of a sudden, those Semper Racing cars absolutely flying away with it, to be honest. The front two really pushing on strong, and really they're putting maybe a signal down if they are joining the championship that even if they're pedaling a TCR car, they're probably just as quick in an MX-5 as well. It's a bit of a different driving technique, but I'm sure a load of these BSR drivers will probably be looking at this dominance that they've been putting on here and thinking, oh dear, this could be a bit of a threat to a potential championship. But that's, to be honest, what we like to see in an invitational is drivers come in, make a name for themselves, and then think, you know what, this is quite fun. They seem to enjoy the driving. They enjoyed how it was set up, the broadcast and everything like that. Yeah, we'll join in. We'll have a go at this championship. And that's how championships tend to grow. By these sort of one-off invitationals, because you'll know yourself, Chaz, realistically, if you have a championship and you see a championship and they're on round 6 out of 15 or something like that, you're less likely to enter it, really, because you're thinking, well, it's already established. I don't want to get in the way of anybody. I'm not sure if I'll be competitive. But these one-off events are a great way of people testing the water, seeing if they want to get involved.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's you do often see it towards the end of championships in the real world as well. Drivers thinking about their following year and their following season. They think, right, what can we do for next time round? You know, how can we develop on this? How can we get some track time ahead of the next championship? And you do see drivers joining in with real world series before the current year is over. You get that in sim racing as well, as here is the lead battle in MX-5s again. Jason Cooper with multiple TCR cars lining up behind him. That, of course, is Scott Malcolm, or it was Scott Malcolm. It's David Ayres in the Result Clothing iRacing team Audi, car 36. And there, as well, is Craig Schill getting involved with that. Adam Fox in the other car. They're all battling for position as well. Now Craig Schill into the pits. That battle is killed on the spot. We still have just under 40 minutes to go with this race here. That's basically nearly 3 entire sprint races for what this BSR MX-5 field normally does.
It is indeed, yeah. So they're going to have to keep their eyes, their wits about them as the lights are properly on. You can see them. They're even making an impact on the road now, which means that the light is definitely fading. And by the time this race comes to a close, there will be pretty much dark, won't it? Which will make it rather interesting because obviously Brands Hatch doesn't have any floodlights. I was just actually, as we cut back to Jason Cooper, then it looked like he had sparks flying from the rear left of his car. It does look like he's had a little love tap at that side. Maybe a bit of a damage at the left-hand side. But to be honest, now we've been focusing on him for quite a while. We can't see it. We'll get a good shot of as he drives past now, and the car looks brand new. So maybe it was just iRacing giving us a little bit more of a glitch because we haven't had enough of them so far this evening.
Well, you say that, but to be fair, he did have someone turn in on him earlier, didn't he, when he was leading the class, as he went into Paddock Hill Bend?
He did, but wasn't that before the last pit stop, so he would have maybe fast repaired it?
I think sometimes they tend not to fast repair unless it's absolutely necessary. Some drivers tend to leave the car, even with a little dent or scrape on it, because you never know when you might need one later on, so everyone runs with them unticked. That thinks that way anyway. But I'm trying to figure out who it was that had that moment with them earlier. I just cannot for the life of me remember, unfortunately. There's Kip Stevens in the background, obviously known as Emilio Largo, his iRacing account. He's probably thinking I've forgotten about that by now, but he's actually taken part in the race. He's done 17 laps, even though he's an hour down on the leaders.
That's very Kip Stevens-esque, isn't it? Just jump on for the fun of it. You know what? I'm just going to jump on, get myself in the way, have a laugh, trick the commentators, and then go home happy.
Oh, Kip would never get in the way. Or Ellis, I should say. He wouldn't get in the way. He's not like that. Bless him. He's a true character and a real stalwart of BSR. One of the original sort of people that started BSR, as far as I know.
Yeah, he just keeps popping in, and every so often I go on to commentate, and it's like, boom, Kip Stevens is there, just in another alias.
Oh, he never goes away. He never goes away. And speaking of people that don't go away, we've got someone who's joining us in the box right now. We have a third commentator with us for the first time tonight, everybody. We actually joked earlier he should come along, and he only did 10 laps, so he didn't have much of the broadcast to watch back. It's Mr. May. Hey up, mate.
Hello, I think I've had to come on and explain myself, atone for what I did at the start. It was, well, I think it shows that I should stick to the comms box because I'm absolutely atrocious out on the racetrack.
There's a reason I'm a commentator as well, mate. Don't worry. So, talk us through this sort of race, 10 minutes of it. But what's it like starting a race like this when it's multi-class? Not in a sort of typical way like with your LMP cars and your GTE cars. What's it like?
It is very, very difficult. And of course, in the TCR, it's front-wheel drive. It's difficult to get that sort of extra little bit of push. Even with a rolling start, you can sometimes get a bit of wheel spin. I sort of bogged down a little bit off the start, and that slowed me down. And then, of course, that first part when you come to the MX-5 traffic, because there isn't a huge difference in pace compared to what you'd get with GT cars and LMPs. It's tricky. I think, as we've already seen in the broadcast, some drivers have been getting caught up in things. I remember, I think in the first time that TCRs caught the MX-5 pack, there was a definite amount of drama, wasn't there?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, when you've got two cars that behave very differently, you're driving one of them, so you don't definitely know how the other one's going to behave. It's quite interesting to see how they all react to each other and how they all sort of do the dance, so to speak. But the racing in amongst the individual classes has been fantastic so far. We've got this epic battle between the MX-5s, Jason Cooper and Ben Sharp, which has been going on since the very start of the race. were you expecting these pesky little MX-5s to be so pesky, or were you expecting them to really jump out of the way and be quite easy prey?
No, I think if you've been watching along for previous seasons of BSR MX-5s on the Tuesday, you'll know that these MX-5s, they are tricky little blighters. And I've raced with a few of these drivers actually on the Monday series, on the sort of the free Muckabout Mondays, and I'll tell you what, they are very, very quick drivers. Ben Sharp and Jason Cooper, they've been, well, the last, I think, 4 championships, maybe even 5 championships have been taken either by Jason Cooper or Ben Sharp. So they are very capable drivers. And to be fair, I was expecting Mivano to run away with this, with the iRatings and just the pace that they showed on the, I think the previous time we had an endurance event, which was 3 hours of Silverstone.
Yeah.
But it turns out, no, it's going to be Ben Sharp and Jason Cooper.
Well,
Do you wish you were in the
far.
MX-5s, Ed? As
Part of me
obviously,
does.
in hindsight, obviously, you probably do. But, I mean, the MX-5 is such a popular class here today, and obviously you've been racing them on a Monday. Did you not fancy, you know, putting your hat in this water instead of trying to push the TCR?
Part of me was thinking that, but then also TCRs, I'm sure Chaz will remember that I used to race in the Sim Racers World TCR series, and that was the championship that I took part in right up until moving into the commentary booth. This BSR MX-5 gig was the first thing that started this amazing commentary journey. Long may it continue, of course, but I thought trip down memory lane, go back to the TCR, and yeah, it shows maybe I've still got maybe I needed a bit more practice in the TCR, because it has been a while, shall we say.
I was going to say, it shows that you. I was about to say, be very harsh and say, well, it shows that you were wrong. Obviously, that would be far too mean to you, Ed. Yeah, I mean, so you are more involved in the BSR than either me or Chaz these days. What do they have on to offer, I suppose? Because we were going to do this at the end, and we probably still will for the winners or whoever comes in for an interview. But what do they have to offer? So, what is the setup for BSR these days? Because there'll be people out there watching who will be watching this and thinking, you know what, actually, yeah, I'd like to get a little bit more involved in this because it actually looks like quite good fun.
Actually, I think both of you have spent a little while in the BSR paddock. I think I took over from Chaz when the Tuesday series started for the TCRs. I think that might have been the case. I'm trying to remember, trying to rack my brain. It was a big act to follow, and yeah, I think you also joined us. And then Jack, I'm going to quit simply move on. Jack, you've joined me for a couple of seasons as well, and I'm sure you both know it's 4 15-minute sprint races. First set by obviously qualifying, and then the rest done by reverse grid. That's now done by a spinning wheel, so it's not set for where drivers can maybe game the system a bit, finish in specific positions. No, it's done on the broadcast, which adds a little bit of excitement, a little bit of drama.
Dave Chapman, cough, cough, he always does it.
Yeah, he used to be very good at sort of waiting around the back and then being, oh, I'm on reverse grip pole position, and then swanning off for
he
the.
He would somehow guess the reverse
race.
wheel. That's what I don't get. The spinning wheel would always pull him out. I don't know how he did it.
It's because the wheel always had like set numbers that it could land on, so he had to keep changing it between the rounds, changing all the numbers around just so he couldn't game the system. But it still worked out for him somehow, and I think he's passed on the luck to his good mate Andy McEwen, who also has been getting quite fortunate with the reverse grids, at least in the last half of most recent season.
And there he is on screen now, Andy McEwen, current British GT commentator as well, and obviously for 750 Motor Club. He's also done a lot with BRICC as far as I know, but he's certainly
the
enjoying
and everything.
Yeah,
he does,
TCR UK as well, actually, which was why I was surprised to see him not in the TCR.
Oh, he's probably fed up of looking at him, to be fair. He's enjoying himself out there in the MX-5 at the moment. Obviously part of a team as well, Time 4 car. And to be honest, Time 4 car's car looks very clean, to be honest. So they've clearly got a lot of time for the Time 4 car because it's clean.
I think I have to get a whiteboard out to follow that sentence.
Sorry, I'm going to show myself out.
But yeah, I mean, obviously he's racing with his mate Dave Chapman as well, isn't he? And Andy, to be fair, in an MX-5 has turned into quite a strong peddler, Ed, hasn't he, realistically? Because when we were commentating on him when he first joined, he was very much an am and quite far down. And we were mentioning before, Chaz, weren't we, about how it's nice to see drivers improve. Well, Andy probably fits that bill pretty well. Yeah,
he came in, was a Pro-Am driver, and did a very good job of, I think, in his debut season, taking the Pro-Am Championship, or at least finishing very high up the order in the Pro-Am Championship.
I think Piggott got it in the end, but it was close.
I think it was very close, yeah, between the pair of them. And then Andy McEwen's been bumped up to Pro and taken 2 race victories in what's been a very, very competitive season. So huge credit to Andy, and seems to have been adapting very nicely to this BSR season. Of course, he's been helped out a little bit by some amazing setup work from someone. Now, I don't know who they could be who's given Andy these amazing setups that has allowed him to...
Dan Handover?
No. I don't think it's going to be Dan. Why would it be Dan? Why would it be Dan? No.
Absolutely Dan.
Absolutely Dan.
Absolutely. No.
Absolutely Dan.
But of course, there are other things that the BSR are cracking on with as well. As that you mentioned the Monday series, they do Sundays as well. I'm pretty sure I've seen something
GT3 Fridays
GT3
as well. Yeah.
Fridays.
Oh,
so
Sunday skippies. And
everything.
There's been whispers.
And the Saturday Brunch Club.
Yeah, Saturday Brunch Club. There's been little whispers in the wind about a possible return for the BSR touring cars as well. A series that I think from any people that have known BSR will know that the touring car, the touring car series was a very big part of BSR, and I think that was back with the.
To be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, what was it back when there was the Kia, wasn't it? The Optima.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was the series that I first started watching in sim racing and thinking these broadcasts look real. This is cool. And to be honest, I got involved with Leo Bodner Motorsports at one point when they had 60 car grids every single week. We had the likes of Sebastian Joe, Wojciech Savidovic, we had Smolensky, we had Stelian Chepelevsky, Ash Sutton went on to win the Clio Cup and then obviously the British Touring Car Championship while still racing in BSR TC, and then it became the TCR as well, and then ARL TCR, and through all the evolutions of it, they've been incredible drivers, and it was, I think, the biggest league on iRacing for a few years at least. We even had the likes of course, at the time it was NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series champion, Mr. 4-time Ray Alfalla racing as well, and I overtook him at Monza. Well, it was absolutely incredible, BSRTC. It was a monster of a league, and to be honest, I have to say it was pure chaos at times, but still very entertaining indeed. And it's what got me into sim racing and got me where I am now with you two reprobates.
Yeah, mate. 2 reprobates here in the comments box with
how the mighty have fallen.
An even bigger reprobate. Yeah, definitely. But I'll tell you what, this is...
Calling me fat again.
He keeps going at it, doesn't he, Chaz? Oh, he's going at it!
Look at Ray.
Stevenson and Seal ended up making contact, and I was getting used to the fact that the cars were just rotating at the moment, but they were certainly doing more than rotating. They were over-rotating. Yeah, no, there we go. That's the sort of standard we hold in 2 hours and 34 minutes in. But yeah, massive crash between Stevenson and Seal. What's happening here, Chaz?
Well, Michael signed, sealed, and delivered it. To be fair, I'm not going to lie, they're teammates as well. He didn't compensate for the fact that Neil got a poor exit. He just drilled him. He's absolutely drilled him on the exit. He's gone to go down the inside. Look, you can see Neil gets a bit sideways. He's going slower. Michael tries to get to the left-hand side, to be fair to him. But he just absolutely drills him on the exit of the corner. He just didn't really expect him to go that slowly, I don't think.
Yeah, he sensed it, but he was using Hermes, wasn't he, unfortunately, so I didn't really get there all in one piece.
No, well, it turns up in 2 pieces and with a wing mirror hanging off.
Sent to the street over as well, so you never really know where it is.
And he's kicked it over the gate.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that car's seen better days is what we're getting at, basically, isn't it?
Well, he's had contact already, actually. He turned in on somebody at Paddock Hill Bend earlier, so somehow that car is still going, and a good old commentator, very, very famous commentator who I absolutely adored, Charlie Cox, who used to cover the British Touring Car Championship during its Super Touring era, would say you can't kill that thing with a stick.
No, well, I mean, to be fair, he's probably put those fast repairs in because obviously Michael Seal obviously runs the pretty much, well, he's organised this BSR event, hasn't he? And as a BMMC member himself. He was obviously a marshal, and actually, my brother took a victory here at Brand Touching the Touring Cars, and Michael was there on that commentary on that marshalling post, actually, on the final corner, because he sent me a picture and a video of Tom crossing the line when he was supposed to be marshalling.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, it was quite nice, and Michael, obviously a big thank you to you for putting the event on and obviously pushing for the BMMC to get as much money as they possibly can through this event, which by entries have had an awful lot of money. We'd love to see that GoFundMe just get pushed that extra little mile. Of course, I'll drop the comment in the chat again, but make sure you're following that link to try and get just add that little bit extra so we can try and get as many marshals involved as possible, because they do a brilliant job, and we can't stop glowing about them.
Well, at the end of the day, the races and the events can't go on without them. You know, we have to have them there, and they all volunteer to do it, and they make sure that events don't just go on safely, but, you know, even importantly for us commentators as well, and all officials, drivers, and everyone involved, they stay on time too. They're all really quick to respond. They get everything done as quickly as they can and as efficiently as they can. And they really are the lifeblood of the event a lot of the time. Yeah, you can't go racing without cars and drivers and teams, but you can't go racing without marshals and officials either. This is Craig Schill, one of them, UK Marshals Esports, part of the Orange Army. And he is currently 10th overall, and in his class at the moment, he's in 4th place. Michael Seal, the next car ahead of him in the field. But they've actually got, I think, it's not Chris Warner that's the next car ahead, but that in front of them, I believe, is Jaroslav Chabula, our race leader, who has been since the very start. And to be honest, he's been very untouchable right now. The car's still looking clean as well.
Yeah, Ed, I was actually going to ask you about this. We've got a fair few number of drivers that I'm not familiar with, in terms of I haven't seen them on the BSR grid before. Are they sort of new to the championship? Are these people that necessarily they might be joining? What have you heard?
Jaroslav Chavula is actually a name I'm familiar with because I used to race with him. He was a teammate of mine for a while in BSR Mazdas. I think on the Monday series when it was broadcast, we did a few races, a few rounds, and I will say I was actually a little bit quicker than him. So it's amazing to see Jaroslav now that he's
how
way
times
up
have
the
changed.
orders. Yeah, how times have changed. He's miles quicker than me. I don't know what he's been eating, what they've been feeding him over there, but I tell you what, he's in absolutely class of the TCR field.
He has indeed, and as you mentioned, Chaz, just pretty much been untouchable, hasn't he? But are we likely to see some of these drivers? Because we've got a lot of drivers here today. Ed, are these a lot of people that sort of like maybe dipped in and out, like you mentioned, Chabula and stuff like that, and they're just coming in for the sort of the one-off events, or do you expect that, you know, maybe next season we're seeing massive grids like this? Oh, that's a spinner though for
Marcelo Pagnon.
Pagnon, yeah. That looks like the car that was leading once upon a time. Is that Sharp's teammate potentially?
It's the SRC Movano Corsa car. Hello, Ellis.
No, turn right.
Oh, Ellis has got damage on his front right now. He's been clattered into, and for some reason Marcelo not able to move the car. Now, he's going to pull it back to the pits as well. Their race is over. It's been a hellish second half to the race for the Movano car, and it's a real shame to see it go that way. You know, out of all people, it had to be Ellis that clattered into him, didn't it?
I'm actually trying to find Ellis, and I can't actually see them on the timing tab.
He's 53rd, isn't he? As Emilio Largo. Let's not forget.
Scrolled down that far. Yeah, there we go. No. Oh, I'm confused. I don't know where they are. But either way, you're absolutely right. A lot of people have been thoroughly beaten up today, as we see. I think that was Jason Cooper going off track to overtake a TCR car, which is
That's
an unusual.
Duncan Cope.
Yeah, unusual turn of event there. But Duncan Cope is coming into the pit lane, so maybe he's run out.
Well, I think he had some damage on the front of that car by the look of it, actually. It seemed like there was something wrong with the front of it, to say the least. Yeah. That's going back to... Oh, look at the bumper wobbling around on that. That's having a right nightmare. That's got to go back to the HP returns department. Up it goes. Fast repair. Thank you very much. Very monster truck-esque as it goes up on the invisible jacks there. But these TCR cars, they are pretty big, beefy old tanks, aren't they, Ed? I mean, you want your touring car to be tough and take a few knocks, but even these guys have knocked a few of them out of shape more than we would have imagined they could.
Yeah, shame mine couldn't take as many knocks as I was hoping it could. I was knocked out of the equation, and I wasn't actually, when I came into the pits, it didn't do the fast repair, which was a little bit annoying, as Dunco gets his fixed rather quickly.
Oh, the
like
saltiness
it.
in the air. I can
I
feel
bet
it.
that, I was going to
A
say.
little
flipping
bit.
Flavouring my chips over it, that one.
I
I was
know.
gonna say, do you want some pepper to go with
I can be a salty sailor when I need to be, but no, it was a good fight scene.
It was a good 10 minutes.
Good 10 minutes of fighting. Yeah, I was glad to get one over on Chris Warner actually up at the start. It was it was very fun sending it down the inside through that left-hander. Oh, good one. And I know Chris wouldn't mind that because obviously we used to race together, been teammates, both himself and his teammate Paul Cook. Having a good time together. Shame I couldn't race with him for longer, but I think that was just my rustiness, my inexperience. I needed to get a little bit more than, well,
10 yards.
10 minutes worth of practice in, because I basically only joined just in time for quali.
Well, to be fair, Ed, I know that there is a really good hot dog and burger van on the exit of Druids, and I've been there every single time I've been to Brands Hatch, and they do them tiny donuts as well, so it just looked like you remembered it was there, and suddenly wanted a snack. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to defend you and say that we all love a snack.
We do love a snack, yeah. I am partial to a bit of a snack, but no, it was going to Druids was so tricky, and yeah, it's the first incident was I was going down the inside. I felt like I was getting squeezed just a little bit too much. Tried to go to the inside a bit more, touch the grass, and then realised I don't want to crash into him. It's too early in the race, and then bin myself off, which was slightly selfless. I know, but I felt like I had only done 10 minutes of practice. It'd be a little bit pants for me to rock up and then immediately take out drivers that are battling for podiums, you know.
Shane Piggott's just gone off into the weeds. He's come back on, though, in the Ace of Spades car. Now, let's not forget that Shane is second in his class. James Neve is the next one ahead of him, but the difference between them is 8.5 seconds. Our leaders, by the way, have done over 100 laps now. Jaroslav Chapula, our race leader, is on his 104th lap of this race. We've got just over the distance of a sprint race left to go. And James Neve continues to lead the AM MX-5 class. We've got AM TCR being led by Chris Warner, 5th place overall at the moment. Kyle Hardy and Freddie Hewitt, who very interestingly is not leading that class anymore. What's happened there? Did we catch that earlier?
Chris Warner has been leading it for quite some time. Freddie Hewitt is down in 3rd in class. I don't
Surprised to see actually, that Warner's class is an AM, because I think his I rating and his teammates are very high. They're, I think, at least higher than mine in the 3K range.
We'll find out. Yeah, it is 3,839.
Yeah, well, I'm just going off what we got given, to be honest, but you may well be right. We've had enough technical problems. Why not throw wrong classifications in there as well? It's been hopefully everybody's enjoyed it at home, but it has been a bit of a nightmare in terms of a broadcasting. But I can't actually see if anything happened to Freddie Hewitt in terms of going off track. And to be honest,
I'm
it's
scrolling like mad. My finger is cramping. I'm scrolling that much to try and have a look, but I honestly can't see it. I think it must have been something pit stop wise. Actually, yes, it was. The guys in front of him have only been in the pits between 20 and 26 seconds. Freddie Hewitt was in there for 48 seconds. So if I would have used my brain, I would have noticed that sooner. But still, Freddie has lost his class lead due to that. And I'm not sure whether that's down to repairs or whether he's just fully fueled it and some of the others haven't felt the need.
Well, I can say that we're having a few drivers in the pit lane at the moment. So Chabula in the pits now. So maybe Hewitt can come back on in class. I'm not entirely sure. Chris Warner's obviously got to come into the pits. Ben Denyer in the pits at the moment. But yeah, so we're all pretty much sorting this out. Ed, in terms of fueling, is it true that obviously, well, it is true because we've been seeing it, but how it's a big restriction on the amount of fuel that you can put in the car at any one time, and that's to try and encourage, obviously, people coming in pitting. We thought we'd seen the last pit stops about half an hour ago, or is this to be expected? Were TCR cars pretty much always going to have to do this?
I think so, yeah. The fuel wasn't ever going to get them right up until the end neatly. There was always going to be, I think, an extra sort of 20 to 15 minutes, depending on how you're able to manage the stints. Of course, that means that this final stint is going to be slightly different in how you take it. Obviously, I think the optimal way to do it is when you come in, you take all of the fuel and then you only change the front tires, because that only spends, an extra 5 seconds in the pits. Whereas if you were to do all sort of tyres that you'd spend an extra 20 seconds in the pits. So it doesn't really cost you too much just to take the fronts, and of course you can claw that back in terms of lap time, whereas some drivers have actually been staying fully sort of out on one set of tyres after the sort of the first lap of a stint, and then only changing them after about what would be one full TCR stint of fuel, because obviously the fuel has been limited to, I think 45% is the number.
I've not been ignoring you, Ed. I've just noticed, though, something we haven't seen. I don't think we caught why this happened, to be honest. A change for the race lead of the MX-5s. Cooper's now ahead of Ben Sharp. And I'm not entirely sure if we saw why that may have happened. Just trying to scroll through, almost as if Chaz was before, to see if we can find out or find where the overtake was.
Pit stops, I believe. There was a difference of about 2 seconds in the pits between Jason Cooper and Ben Sharp in the favour of Jason Cooper, but that gap has gone up to 4 seconds. So I think on-track antics afterwards being the difference. Jason Cooper's last lap, though, was a 1:42.3 and Ben Sharp's was a 38.9, and that's the opposite to which way round they are.
So that adds a real twist to the tail, doesn't it? Because that would equal them out pretty much and actually give Ben Sharp a favour of 2 seconds. So why he is that far down from Jason Cooper, I don't know, because it doesn't say that he's been off the track or anything in what we call our event viewer on SDK, which is the broadcasting software. So to give you the answer, everyone, I don't know.
I don't know. It could be maybe like, was this the outlap for them or something? I'm not sure. Was it a bit strange in terms of how it all
Yeah,
came to pass?
they're only 1/10 of a second different on that previous lap, so really not sure. In terms of their total time of the pits, Cooper was only in for 1.9 seconds less. So somehow he's made that gap work, whether it was an issue with traffic or whatever, and obviously they didn't go off track, so it didn't get picked up by our software. And it was just he lost a lot of time because of a TCR car, for example, or even another MX-5. I don't know, but Jason Cooper seems to be in the clear now with just over 10 minutes of this race left to go.
Yeah, and like you compared it to a couple of times, realistically, this is only a sprint race for these drivers now, but doing it at the end of a 3-hour race is a little bit tricky. This is also a little bit later than we're used to finishing on BSR as well. So, yeah, hopefully they've all enjoyed the event. It's been a fairly exciting race for all intents and purposes. There's been plenty of action, and obviously there's 4 battles for the lead, but one driver who really hasn't had the battle at all is Chabulla, who has actually in second place at the moment, only thanks to the fact that he's pitted, and his Semper Racing teammate hasn't yet on this final stint. So unless Rafael has actually done an absolute wonder here and is able to fuel save all the way to the end, I don't suppose so. I reckon he's probably going to come in at least this lap or the next one. Chabulla has absolutely dominated, and we'll obviously talk about him in about 10 minutes' time when we're seeing him round out the field, but it looks like Rafael is not coming into the pits this time round, so interesting to see him still rotating, but I doubt he'll be able to fuel save this long. Ed, it must be pretty difficult to get any real meaningful fuel saving in this car around here.
You can do it in behind an MX-5, but that's about it. You can't do much more than that. Use the traffic to your advantage, but when you're up in clear air, there's no real benefit to fuel save, and you lose quite a lot of time. You need to be constantly using the throttle to help the car turn through the corners, get those front wheels spinning, gripping up, and sort of drive through the corner, scamper along, and it's, yeah, you can't really fuel save too much when you've got clear air. Only from MX-5s up ahead slowing down and obviously backing off into corners is when you can do it.
Yeah, that was, I was trying to get a replay of Kanzic there. Apparently he had a little bit of a crash, but to be honest, I think it was just more the connection dying there, Chaz, which was why we couldn't really see what on earth was going on. And yeah, that's not ideal. At the end of this race, I mean, you're 2 hours, 50 minutes in, the last thing you want to do is crash because your connection blows.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you ever speak to my good friend Craig and Cloud Evans from Scotland, he will tell you that we were once in a Kia race in the BSR Kia Club Series years ago. I was 6 seconds in the lead with about 2 minutes of the race left to go, and my connection died for 10 seconds. Oh. Literally 10 seconds. We were on Mumble at the time, before the days of Discord, and 10 seconds apart in the log it says I disconnect and reconnect, but it disconnected from iRacing instantly, and I lost the lead with about 2 minutes left at Donington Park, and Craig inherited the win. And it was incredibly frustrating after doing it for nearly 2 years and not having a race win at the time. So, yeah, I can imagine that after a 3-hour race, to lose it right near the end would be so, so painful. So for that gap to go up in the MX-5s earlier, that's probably a very tough pill to swallow right now for Ben Sharp. And I imagine the Movano guys not too chuffed either, really, after the race that they've had. They are now officially... actually, no, shut up, Chaz. They are still running. Brandon Hawkin is back in the car, 39th, 19th in class.
Yeah, not ideal for Brandon, because obviously he was leading for a long time, wasn't he? And actually I saw on the event ticket that he did have a crash earlier on, and to be honest, I thought it was a glitch, because I thought, like you, that he had left the session, but I do...
No, it was his I think it was his teammate driving. It's just it changes the names when it goes back that far, you see. It was James Sharp that had the issue.
Yeah, well, that's just a little off track. That's not the issue. But to be honest, it's so far back on our event ticket where everybody is passing each other. It's so far back, I don't think we'll be able to scroll for long enough. We'll probably be spending the last 9 minutes scrolling if we tried. But yeah, not ideal for him in the Movano car. And realistically, though, Ed, are we likely to see the Movano back on the grid for BSR? Do you reckon? Have they been showing interest? Do you know?
I mean, there's plenty of teams that are interested. I'm not sure if Movano specifically, but we are obviously getting a lot of drivers interested in all of the action. It's been a very popular season from all of the drivers, both those who've been taking part and those who have just been hanging about to watch in the MX-5s this past season, of course, with Jason Cooper taking the victory, but going down to the very last, pretty much the last lap of the last race, it was between Jason Cooper and his teammate Casper de Court. So you can be sure that there's plenty of interest to be involved in such a competitive championship. It would be good to obviously get Movano involved, being a big team with plenty of big name drivers. It would be good to get as many competitive members up towards the front of the field as possible, but of course, anybody's welcome in BSR. We've got competitive races in the Pro-Ams, in the AM Championship as well, that both went down to the last races as well. So, yeah, if you are looking to get involved, just, well, better now than later.
Yeah, and an easy way of getting involved is obviously to join the Discord, but more importantly, just to try... Was that a car off in the background? Looks... Oh, yeah, that's a very, very damaged
33.
car, so... who was that? Was that Chris Slater potentially?
Yeah, Chris Slater and Ollie Ricks have had an off together. Whoa.
I saw that in the background.
The wheel's already off Chris Slater's car. Why he's going in there so quickly with the wheel off, I don't know, but that's a very broken MX-5. Apparently Ollie Ricks went off as well before all of that, so not quite sure where this has happened. Ollie's off on the way into... Oh, that's... That's weird. Oh yeah, Ollie went off apparently at the same time as Chris though. Oh, Fiona Siddons gets hit by one of the TCRs. That I think was Craig Schill, and there just after it was one of the Semper Racing cars going in. That's a big old hit as well. Fiona's had a bit of a rough race.
That'll be Raphael going into the pits then. He couldn't feel safe enough.
Very true indeed. Still, just over 5 minutes left to go right now. It's gone very, very quickly, actually, this race, to be fair, hasn't it, Jack?
It has, actually. I'm just trying to catch that Ollie Ricks off again. No. I genuinely don't know what happened to Chris Slater and why his wheels were hanging off, essentially. So that's very odd, but here we go. Money and Seal. But like you, to carry on your thought process there, Chaz, it has raced by, to be honest, if you... Pardon the rather poor pun, of which there have been many tonight. But it's been an enjoyable race, and I'm very glad that the BSR invited us to crack on with it. Thank you very much for letting me host it on Jacko Racing as well. We've had some absolutely amazing viewership, and in the last 5 minutes is your last chance to support the brilliant British Motorsport Marshals Club, which, of course, this evening is all dedicated towards as Money goes past on Seal into 9th position. Paddock Hill bends into the final 5 minutes. They're enjoying themselves at least here now, as Seal looks like he almost went into the back of Money through Druid. But like we mentioned, loads of money raised for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, and we're very pleased to have everybody along. So a big thank you to BSR, big thank you to everybody at home as well, and obviously you, Chaz, for jumping on and enjoying the evening with me.
It's been good fun, and thank you, of course, to our wonderful colleague Ed May, who's jumped on for this this final section to jump in as well. Now, look at this lot. Jacob's put his money where his mouth is, and he's tried to seal the deal. Looks to me, though, like that car's broken. The front left's gone.
Well,
the front left is gone. Has he got a puncture? Because I've seen tyres go flat on the front of these things when they get to 0 in terms of their tyre life, but the front right has gone. Definitely gone, yeah. Look.
Well,
that's a puncture.
That is the probably most gutting thing that could
There
possibly
was contact, I think. There was a little bit of contact coming out of... Oh, there was. I just actually saw on the stream a little bit of contact, yeah.
And it was see it. It's
smallest of touches. It was just wheel to wheel, and iRacing does not like that one bit.
If you go to where Jacob Money passed Michael Seal, we might be able to get that, I think, Jack.
Jacob Money passing Michael Seal. Oh, that's quite far back. Come on, where is it?
Because it looked like he was going around the outside, and there was just a little bit of a tap.
Oh no!
So that's Money down the inside of Seal. Oh, there's a little tap in the left rear on the front right of Seal. Let's see. Up into Druids. All fair there. Now, did Michael try and come back at him, or was it further back than that, do you think, Ed?
It was well after the move was done. Jacob Money had the position, and then
he's diving up the inside of Dave Ward.
I thought you meant it was between those two, actually.
It's already gone before he even gets to Dave Ward.
Yeah, look, it just suddenly sinks. Oh no, he does. Yeah, he hits the MX-5.
That was what caused it.
And that was the number 52 machine that he tapped, or was it Mark Vogt? Is it? I'm not sure if it's Vogt or Vogt. Do we have?
Not sure. Either way, Jacob Money's in the pit lane.
That's absolutely devastating. But you know, it was his responsibility to go around the MX-5 safely. Mark was trying to stay out of the way. He mentioned it in the YouTube chat earlier, that Mark was trying to stay clear and make sure he didn't get in anybody's way. And unfortunately, Jacob just didn't clear him by enough. It was, yeah. But that shows you that. I mean, we've all seen it in touring cars, haven't we? That sometimes the suspension, the wheels, all of it, they can be made of right cracker bread when it comes to wheel-to-wheel contact. But with the speed difference, it's realistic, I have to say. As much as it's devastating.
I mean, it has huge implications for this race because don't forget they were a big player, the Positively Racing team, for that fight between Michael Seal, trying to get inside the top 10, and unfortunately it's just all come undone in the final 3 minutes. But that's just sometimes what happens in endurance racing, isn't it, you two? I'm sure you don't need me to tell you all of the ups and downs that can happen in these sorts of events, but again, more late drama.
Well,
and one more lap.
I was going to say, and only one more lap to fill any more drama into this race. So one driver who won't be keen to have any drama happen to him is Chabula, to be honest, as he goes up towards Druids for what will be the final time this evening. He's been fairly dominant. We haven't really seen him that much, have we, Chaz? Because there's been no point, and that's the sign of a dominant drive.
Yeah, no news is good news a lot of the time, especially in motorsport, to be fair. And he's done wonderfully, absolutely wonderfully. Once he was out in front, nobody has overtaken him. I think he's led, other than when there was pit stops, he has led on merit every single lap. And I think his teammate is behind him. Rafael is behind him for position here. Now, I'm not sure whether he's doing that just to get a nice team finish across the line, or whether he's having to save fuel, but yeah, I think they are doing it to sort of celebrate the victory together. They're getting a flash as well from Adam Fox just behind, but Semper Racing Orange have been absolutely untouchable here. It is going to be a 1-2 for them. Rafael Drashaj and Jaroslav Chabula.
Yeah, they've on that last lap, Chabula, you could tell he was letting off because his last lap was a 1:40, whereas Rafael's was 1:34. So, although Fox is keen to get past, I don't think the Semper Racing would actually appreciate any crashes in front of them, but it looks like that Chabula is going to take this race victory. Semper Racing are going to take a 1-2. And it's been an absolutely brilliant race here at the BSR Invitational, sponsored by VBTCR Championship as well, in honour of the BMMC. Chabula takes the TCR Pro victory. Chris Warner looks, although he's about a lap down, to be taking the AM victory as well. But we can also have a look at Jason Cooper, who has a long time to wait before he potentially takes his victory. Ben Sharp's not gone away too long, though.
James Neve is going to be the next class winner to cross the line, actually. He's just going to come into the final couple of corners now. And the JN Racing driver, he's only going to be about 8 seconds ahead of Shane Piggott. But the number 51 machine takes a class win. A fantastic performance by Neve. Again, very under the radar. No news is good news for him. And then just in the background, we will have Chris Warner, who is next up. Simtech Racing TCR. Done a great job so far. I've seen Simtech in a number of different championships. And again, just a driver that stayed out of trouble throughout most of this race here, to be honest, Jack. And he's got the job done with it and taken a win in his class. Or at least he might do if he gets round this MX-5.
Yeah, Dave Ward getting in the way there. But by the looks of it, a great sim racer and a seller of great sims as well. It's Chris Warner, as you mentioned before, Chaz. So the AM victory in the TCR class does well go to Chris Warner, who came 4th overall as well, which for an AM is a very respectable margin. Carl Hardy and Freddie Hewitt as well. Real big shout out to those guys, especially Carl Hardy, who we really haven't seen much of at all. To be honest, Jason Cooper, after what was probably the hardest race out of anybody on the entire grid to keep Ben Sharp and James Sharp behind, has come home to take that race victory in the MX-5 Pro class as well. And I have to say, if anybody's worked for it, it was Jason Cooper, Chaz.
Yeah, definitely. He had the fastest of the fastest around him. And as Ed mentioned before, you know, he's been incredible in the actual championship itself and in this event. He has been just as good, and it's a very well-deserved win. It's a shame that the fight sort of died off towards the end, but either way, I think it's been a really, really enjoyable event. Plenty of fun to watch, and a few incidents here and there just to spice things up as we got all of these drivers against one another.
Yeah, so we're going to hopefully have a few interviews left, right, and centre once obviously we get all the cars in and across the line, which shouldn't take too long at all, hopefully. So if you are out there and potentially, Ed, you're still in the interview room, maybe you could be the one that drags them in. So if you catch any of the winners of any of the classes, then we'd love to have a chat to them. We'd love to have a chat to everyone, to be honest, but there's already 4 class winners to have a go with, and it's already 10 past 11 in UK time. So yeah, at the end of the day, we have to finish the stream at some point. So yeah, if you see anybody coming into the interview room, then that'd be brilliant. But I will bring up the race results. But what we're going to do is we're going to filter them out and go to the Pro TCR class, and that is the team names, which isn't very helpful at all, to be honest. So we're just going to try and get the overall ones, and I am struggling to see where that may well be. Give me a second, guys, because I'm just going to try and navigate my way around this.
No worries, Jack. It's been a little bit of a chaotic event, hasn't it, for everyone involved, no least me. No, 10 minutes was very exciting. I did enjoy them. You can see I finished 108 laps down. Not too bad.
That'll do.
That'll do me. No, it's a good fun 10 minutes, and yeah, I might stick to the comments box a bit more often than I've been doing recently.
Yeah, to be fair, like I said earlier, Ed, don't you worry, mate. There is a reason that I'm a commentator and not a driver. But either way, it's still great to see you at least be part of the event. You know, you're on the grid to begin with. And then, to be fair, get into the spirit of all of it. It's been really, really good fun.
I'm just glad I didn't hit anyone. That was my main takeaway. I had a good start, I had a good 10 minutes, and then didn't hit anyone. That was a victory for me.
Yeah, so we think that we might not be able to show individual drivers because they actually entered as team names. So what we're going to do is we're going to run down the team name winners. And obviously, hopefully everybody got an idea of whose team they're in. Semper Racing Orange took race victory. That was, of course, Chabula, and dominant from start to finish, as Chaz mentioned. Semper Racing, the other side of Semper Racing, Rafael We ended up coming in second place, a 10th down, but we all know it was probably going to be more than that if it wasn't for the fact that they were teammates. RD Simsport in third place, and then Simtech Racing TCR took home the victory for the AM TCR. Fat and Fatter came home in fifth, and Reality Simsport in sixth. That was the podium in the amateur TCR as well. Ignia Motorsport, and tell you what, let's do this. I know it's not done very smoothly, but let's do this in terms of the race results in category. So, third was RD Simsport, fourth was Ignia Motorsport Blaze. Result Clothing earned out the top 5, with Ignia Motorsport 57 in 6th place. 7th was Positively Racing TCR, with 8th being RD Simsport 2. 9th was Ignia Motorsport Spark, with 10th being Ignia Motorsport. 11th, One May Trip. Unlucky yet.
One May Trip into the gravel.
Yeah, exactly. In the AM category, Simtech Racing TCR came home in first with Fatter in second, and Reality Simsport in third. Thank you very much, Ben Stock, for the subscription on YouTube. UK Marshals Esport rounded out the top 4, and Fox Racing rounded out the top 5. T1 Turkeys in 6th with Team Duncan Cope in 7th, and 8th with Spud Motorsport. And we have to race through the MX-5s. This may take a while. Get a cup of tea, everyone. 5-Star Motorsport Blue took home the overall race victory ahead of BSR Ben Sharp Racing. No prizes for guessing who races in that team. Time for Car even came home in third. So Dave Chapman and Andy McEwen will be very pleased with that, taking home a podium. Team Tom Griffithson fourth with Sim3D in 5th position. Positively Racing 6th, RAF eMotorsport, 2 in 7th. Team Fun in 8th, Technicative Wad Sport were in 9th, with Optical in 10th, RAF Motorsport 1 and 11th, with Heliosphere Racing 12th, Auto Mech Not Kill in 13th, Top of the Pops in 14th, Sleek Vigilant Puma in 15th, with Chopped Racing 16th, 17th, Sequential Gearbox, and 18th, SRC Movano Course, and I believe maybe there are some more. There we go. SCP Rensport in 19th, with top 20 rounded out by Team ZBR/BPR. Williams Esports staff, not as quick as the Williams Esports drivers, clearly, in 21st position, unfortunately, with 22nd being Vapors Mansfield. BPR Esports with 23rd, with Team Mark Voch in 24th, Spectre 25th, and 26th was BSR Shepherd Motorsport in Juro. And I believe that's all for the pros. And last but not least, the AMs in the MX-5s. JN Racing were first, with Team Shane Piggott in second. Again, no prizes for guessing who is in that team. Third place was CB Racing, with fourth being Big Bird Racing. Fifth was XRL Esports, with Work Guard by Result iRacing team in 6th position. Fairfax Plant Hire in 7th, with 8th Matthews Logistic Black. 9th, Sequential Simsport X Evicted Esports, and 10th, and finally, Sequential Simsport Academy. And that is a mouthful if ever I've heard one. Have we got any interviews, Chaz?
We do indeed, actually, and we're going to start with the man that we said had the most difficult of races out there, to be fair, with the people he had around him, the calibre of the drivers at the front of his class. Jason Cooper joins us in the box. Jason, it seemed like you were always going to have cars right next to you, right in front of you, and right behind you throughout that one, but near the end, you just got that little bit of breathing room. I imagine that was a welcome relief.
Yeah, I was saving fuel from quite early on, trying to make the last stop as short as possible. So that was the plan for the whole race. And Ben was trying to let me pass on that last stint. And I think we were going about 3 seconds a lap slower because he was just trying to back us up. But no, yeah, really happy. It was a really good race at the end. It got a bit stressful in the traffic at the end. There were some people a couple of laps down defending for their life, which I thought was a bit odd. But yeah, we won't name names. But yeah.
It's one of those moments, though, isn't it? I think with the visibility going down, you know, even in the real world, the racing gets a little bit more frantic and a little bit more chaotic. And even in the sim, you get a bit of that as well. No one can always be 100% sure what headlights it is that is chasing them, whether it's someone they're battling with, whether it's a class leader. And, you know, a race around a track as narrow as this, as windy and as undulating as this, it's very, very difficult for everyone to be constantly on top of their game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really difficult track not to make any mistakes. You've only got to clip the grass with a rear wheel one lap, and that's it, game over. So yeah, got to be on it for the whole race. So yeah, 3 hours is a long time.
It is.
Keep
indeed.
concentration for, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, coming into this, I mean, not to sort of blow smoke up your backside too much, Jason, but obviously all of us have seen you race before. We all know how incredibly quick you are in this MX-5. But did you come into an event like this knowing you could win it, or even thinking you could win it, or was it just a case of turn up and see what happened?
I wasn't sure whether to do the TCRs or the MX-5s. Obviously, I raced them both before, but I did the MX-5s because I thought the competition was going to be a bit tougher, have a tougher race there. So yeah, I was
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a bit of a shame that the was it Movano car got involved in a crash because it was a good three-way fight, and yeah, I'm not sure which way it was going to go at the end, but yeah, stuck to my game plan, and yeah, it all panned out in the end.
Yeah, it was really, really good to watch, mate. And of course, well done on the win. Is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to before you go?
Thanks to my teammates, 5-Star Motorsport. They were always supporting me, so thanks, guys. That wins for you.
Cracking stuff. Great to speak to you, Jason. Well done, mate, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
See you later.
Smashing stuff. Jason Cooper absolutely nailed that one. Mr. May, who do you think we should grab hold of next?
Well, speaking to the overall MX-5 winner, I've already spoiled the surprise. Let's have a speak to the overall TCR winner.
We will indeed. Jaroslav Jabula. First off, I'm sorry if I've got your name wrong, because as you can expect, us English like to butcher any European names that we see flying towards us. But that must have been maybe not the most frantic race you ever had. Maybe the traffic made it a little bit more interesting, but that was a hell of a dominant performance. How was it from your side of things?
Thank you for that. Yeah, hello everyone. Actually, you got my name pretty well, like really well.
That's good then.
Yeah, it was a very exciting race actually. Maybe it didn't look like because the quali went well and the overall result was really good as well. But I didn't expect that combo, the TCR and the MX-5, to put in together would be such an amazing combo actually, and I hope there will be more races in the future.
Yeah, it certainly was an interesting one. I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast that the usual multi-class racing you see is, GT cars, maybe a few TCR cars, and some LMP machines, things like that. But the TCRs and the MX-5s, they're really both very fun cars to drive. You can have some close, hard racing, door-to-door stuff with them. But when you put them together, I've not really seen it too much. Did you expect it was going to be as hard fought as it was, or did you think it was going to be really, really easy for you guys to get around them?
It depends. Like, I didn't know what to expect because I didn't know the drivers. Like, I do quite a lot of engines races. Well, maybe not a lot of, but I did a couple of them in Neo Endurance and then Ivra Endurance as well, but with Porsche Cup car and a GT4 car. Never done any endurance with TCR car. So, once you know the drivers, you know what to expect from them. And today was kind of a big surprise overall because you didn't know what to expect. And there is also a big variation of the level of the drivers. So that's why, sometimes you could follow really fast driver in MX-5 and it wasn't that easy to overtake him. And in the same time, you could follow a driver who is slightly slower or even a lot slower, and then you were a lot surprised where is he braking, what's his lines, and etc. etc. So overall, it was a crazy race, and I had a few really scary moments as well. But as well, I think, well, at least from my point of view, drivers like especially MX-5 drivers done amazing job. If from my point of view, I was actually sometimes surprised how well they tackle myself. Sometimes I was also on the edge or maybe a little bit cheeky at some corner entries, and they figured out what I wanted to do always. So it was really fun and big respect for them as well.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jaroslav. And it's, to be honest, I've seen only a few races that are endurance races with the TCR in, and you always think, oh god, front wheel drive car, it's going to rip the tires to shreds over the course of it. Did you feel like the car got more and more difficult to race over a stint, or did you manage to sort of keep it in a window where you were happy with it?
Yeah, I only have a small experience with TCR cars, and it was my first long stints with TCR as well, actually. So I'm not really good in keeping those tires in correct temperatures. So I was kind of struggling at the second half of the stints was always a little bit of a struggle for me. So yeah, but in the same time, generally I was when I started with TCR, like everyone told me that it's like you constantly fighting with understeer, but I found that it's quite oversteery car for a front wheel drive car. I think,
Yeah, it's
especially in
one.
a corner entry, if you modulate the brake, it can do really amazing things which you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, that's one of the things with front wheel drive cars. So it's always you expect them to understeer, like you say, but with the oversteer, it makes it very interesting. But well done on the win, indeed, mate. It was a fantastically dominant performance. Is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
I wanted to give a quick shout to my teammate Rafael, who done amazing job as well. So we I don't know if you saw the finish, but we managed to finish in
Yeah.
a parallel nearly. So yeah, so good job for him as well, and as well a big shout out for organizers of that race, because I think it cost a lot of hours of preparations. So yeah, thank you, because it's always pleasure to race, but it's hard work to organize it. So yeah, thank you very much, because I had a very enjoyable evening because of you.
Well, we're glad you enjoyed it, mate. Very glad indeed. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, mate, and we will hopefully see you again very soon.
Yeah, see you again. Thank you.
Cheers. Right then. Now, Mr. Oliphant, I will leave it up to you to decide the next interviewee. Or interviewee. We're the interviewers, aren't we? Not the
We are
interviewees.
indeed, yeah. So what I think I might do is, we haven't got any other race victors here in the interview waiting room. I'll bring in Ben Sharp, mainly as well, if I can bring him in. Oh my days, there are so many. In fact, there you go. Ben Sharp's already in the comments box. Ben, congratulations on second place. You really pushed Jason Cooper to the absolute limit there, constantly swapping and changing a race lead, but I mean, it must have been at least enjoyable to be a part of a full 3 hours where you're pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, no, that was mega. I don't think it gets much closer racing than that for 3 hours straight, and a lot of tactics in the stint before the last one where we're both trying to save fuel. Jason wouldn't pass me. I was trying to go as slow as possible and save as much fuel as I could. And yeah, it was just really interesting.
I was going to say, realistically, normally BSR, obviously you're racing right at the front end most of the time, as well as obviously Jason Cooper and a whole host of other drivers here tonight as well. But they're only 15-minute sprints, and you sort of expect that you're going to be close to another driver for 15 minutes. It's not that much of an ask. Sometimes it is for a lot of drivers, but it isn't for a lot of others. 3 hours constantly around a tricky track like Brands Hatch. Did you think that it was ever sort of going to fall away, that this sort of good thing was ever going to sort of come to an end eventually? You don't think it could have lasted the full 3 hours?
No, I didn't think I would. I didn't think I'd last 3 hours, to be honest. I was meant to. I was meant to race with Adam Shepherd, like we did in the last Enduro. But unfortunately, even though I tried to organise this event, I completely forgot the rule on iRacing where Adam set a new team up and joined the session before I had accepted the team request. So as soon as he enters the session, it then invalidates you from being able to join him.
That would have thrown me off, to be fair, as well. Actually, I had no idea that was a rule either.
Yeah, it's apparently a thing. So I didn't really know about it that well till tonight, but I've learned the hard way now by sweating for 3 hours.
I mean, I assume you've enjoyed it, though. Because as you mentioned, not many times you race for 3 hours with such high competitive nature, and it's so clean.
No, exactly, yeah. And it all came down to tactics, I think, in the end. I took new tyres at the last stop, which is where Jason got his little advantage from.
We were trying to figure it out, to be honest. We were trying to figure it out. We couldn't quite get there. Chaz had the best guess in the end.
I took the new tyres on the hope that I would have the pace advantage to make up for the defect of the cold tyres. and it didn't quite come back to me, unfortunately.
Well, I
I
suppose you
got
live and learn, don't
close.
you?
Yeah, exactly. Like I was quicker at the end, so it was coming, but I needed a longer race.
We'll do 4 hours. Screw it. Obviously, no. 3 hours was plenty action-packed enough for a lot of the drivers out there. I think we were seeing some tired mistakes, not from you guys, though, obviously, right at the front. There was a bit of a shame that it was a 3-way fight for a long time, and it ended up being a 2-way fight in the last hour, wasn't it? It was just a little bit of a coming together, unfortunately, for the other Sharp.
Yeah, it was. He was leading. I think he had 2, from what I understand. But the first one he was leading, and got dive bombed by a TCR. I turned away from it, and it took him out, unfortunately. But then he was still there or thereabouts for quite some time, for like a stint and a half, and he must have been pushing like mad because you could see the gap would go down to 3 seconds, then up to 5, down to 3, and
I
those
think we did see
Mivano,
the second one, but I can't remember what it was. It might have just been connection issue. I can't remember, actually.
but yeah, those Mivano boys are seriously quick, and it's a pleasure to race against them as always.
Well, that's fantastic. Ben, we'll let you get off and enjoy your second place, which I'm sure is not really where you want to end up, but it was a brilliant race and you'll probably need a shower. So, would you like to give anybody a shout out before we let you go?
Just big thanks to Michael and everyone else who's got involved and yourselves for running this event, and I'm hoping that we've raised a good amount for charity tonight. And yeah, that's it really.
Well, I think we have done, to be fair, so it's exciting to hear the full total come the end of the evening. Well, maybe tomorrow going forward, but good luck for the next season. Ben, I'm sure he'll be right at the front.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
And that was Ben Sharp jumping in to have a quick word with us. And I'm just trying to figure out where to put him back. I've just moved him back into the commentary box, which is a bit awkward. There we go. Chaz, anybody else maybe have a quick chat to? I'm thinking we have a chat to Brown 4004, actually, who I don't know what his real name is.
We've brought in Craig Brown because it turns out that between us getting our classification info and the race going live, some drivers were moved in terms of their classification. So actually, Craig Brown joins us as the MX-5 AM class winner. Craig, that was certainly a busy race for everybody involved. How did yours go from your perspective? Doesn't seem like we can hear Craig at the moment, unfortunately. Whether he stepped away from his PC or something for a moment. We did line him up for an interview, so I'm not sure if he's having some microphone or headphone related issues right now. We'll give him a second because at the end of the day, it's his moment to have his word on how his race went. But it seems like we might not have him, actually, which is a shame.
It's a bit of a shame.
Real shame indeed. But hopefully we can get him. We might just have to give it a second, I think. But it was it was certainly a busy race for some of these guys in the middle. I mean, Ed, you saw what it was like in the traffic yourself, even before the race got going, even in qualifying. I mean, did you sort of feel any sort of sympathy for these MX-5 guys, or did you just think, nah, get out of the way, boys?
Never feel sympathy for them, do you? You're on a faster car, you never feel sympathy for them. You think, you right, get out of the way. I want a good lap here. Even my fastest lap in qualifying was held up going into Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids, and I was properly fuming. I was like, oh, how dare you, even though he was on his own lap. He was trying his best, and it's just how it happens. I still was able to improve right at the end of qualifying. I think P6 at the end, but I could have seen there was a bit more time, and that is what cheeses you off, I think, when you are in the faster car. You can always see the time just slipping away, whereas when you're in the slower class cars, it isn't as bad as long as you can just make it clear and you give up the apex. You can easily just go around the outside, then hook up the apex a little bit later. You don't lose out too much time. At least that's from my experience in driving GT cars in these multi-class endurance events. So yeah.
Anyone, I was just thinking there. Sorry, Ed. If anyone pops in now randomly, they're going to think, flipping out, Craig Brown sounds different. Do we have you, Craig? No, I'm unfortunately he's just deafened and muted on Discord, so I'm not sure if he can hear us or what. But it seems like unfortunately we're not going to be able to get a word from Craig. We do have to sign off very, very sharpish though. I'm afraid it's 11:30 at night here in the UK. Jack, I'm going to leave it to you, mate. But it's been a hell of an event and a lot of fun to be a part of. So I'd like to just say thank you to everyone involved for sorting it all out, to Ed as well for jumping in, Jack for doing the broadcasting, and of course the BMMC and VBTCR and BSR.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure having you, Chaz. There's no need to thank us. We should be thanking you for jumping in. Otherwise, I'd probably been on my own for 3 hours, which would have been very lonely and very boring for everybody. And obviously, Ed, well, though Ed probably would have jumped in after 10 laps because he wasn't doing anything else, was he? No, but thank you to you two, obviously. And big thank you to BSR and everybody involved. And of course, this has all been to try and raise money for the BMMC. So it's not like the GoFundMe page is going anywhere. Go down in the comments and have a click on it. See if you can add some money in there for the British Marshals. They do an absolutely brilliant job. So that's about it from us. The BSR Brands Hatch 180 Enduro in aid of the BMMC, which for some reason hasn't got a space by it in that info card, is come to a close. Congratulations to all the drivers that have been racing today, apart from Ed.
Cheers.
And the leaders and winners, of course, from all the drivers, all the classes out there. If you've been watching this, then please do subscribe, like, share, follow, or do none of the above. I don't mind. I'm not in charge of you. It's just been a pleasure being your host this evening. My name's been Jack Oliphant. I've been joined by Chaz Draycott and Ed May in the end. And we'll see you next time for more BSR action, but probably on the absolute